umire svaki dan, haba čovjek umire jednom, hvala.
Tako je, molim.
Hvala vi.
Makić je rekao da je računar asec. Ako znaš šta je asec. Kako volim Ruse.
A voliš s Nenadom da diskutuješ o Rusiji, isto, ne?
Ne, kad igraju, kad upanu mi Rusi ovako.
Ja volim ruskinje, već.
Da, upravo si ti, da vratik, ja volim ruskinje.
Ali čekaj,
Ja ne pravim razliku između ruskinje i Ukrajinka, hvala. Ima u Vrbasu gdje Milan ide stalno, znaš, tu mu je lovište. Ima tamo u jednoj peskavičarnici, ja mislim da ti Savić se radi. To je njihovo vlasništvo. Ima negdje tamo u centru Vrbasa, čini mi se ili ruskinja ili Ukrajinka, Boga mi radi. Ne znam ukle. Znam samo da nije odavde. Znam, nije odavde i provalio sam po akcentu da je neki slovenski jezik razmišljan koji može biti, pa koji bi bio, razumeš, ko bi se doselio u Srbiji bez nekog luke radi.
Da ti pomogne, nije u pitanju ruskinja, ona bi se uvredila, Ukrajinka.
Nisam ja pitao šta je ko je, kapiraš? Ne, ja je nisam pitao iz kulture.
Ja, moj drugar je oženio ribu iz Kijeva.
Ukrajinku.
Da. I
oni se ljute kad kažeš da je ruskinja.
I ja je pitam, brate, z ukrajinski jezik, kaže ona šta je to? Kaže, ja znam samo ruski, rođena u Kijevu.
Možda ona rusofil.
Nije rusofil, čoveče, nego to ti je kao kad odeš u... To ti je kao kad odeš u Podgoricu i kažu mi pričamo crnogorski.
Bukvalno, brate.
I onda ide prepucavanje. Mi smo imali crnogorski jezik pre 1000 godina, pričali smo njim, dobro. A kojim su pričali Srbi? Srpskim. Pa kojim ste vi pričali tad? Pa srpski. I ja sam učio. Zlato. A ova deca tamo od ujaka mi oni uče crnogorski. To je tuga za gledanje. Gleda sam im one knjige.
Ovo smo mi sve prošli što se radi u Ukrajini. Odvajanje crkve, jezika, menjanje istorije, sve živo. Mislim, smešno, pa Rusija nastala u Kijevu, jebote život. Kijevska Rusija. Viš da iznose sve, to ide u Vatiku.
Idemo do peka, za jedno pola sata pogledaj ako treba jedno drvo uveći.
Mogu li sad ubaciti drvo?
Ne, ćao je nakon.
To ne postoji, to su veli ovi izmišljaju, riba sama kaže. Kaže, ja znam samo ruski, evo te rođena sam u Kijevu. Rusa i 5 Ukrajinaca, za njih je to 10-0. Ja sad će onda ko je sljedeći da gurnu Poljake na Ruse i opet 10-0. Da se mi ubijamo između sebe sve vreme, razumiješ?
Ali neće Poljaci, opametili su se.
Pa ako imaju malo mozga, bolje da se ne igraju.
Neće. Bar mislim da neće. Tako kažu. Ne možete njima vjerovati.
Let's get started with all the new equipment we're adding with update 1.15. First, let's talk about the Caldro Pax True Shot, a long-barreled variant of the trusted Pax revolver. It trades some of its fire rate for additional punch and accuracy. We're also adding high-velocity custom ammo for the entire Pax family at the same time to increase versatility. Next, let's get close and personal. Introducing the Katana, a powerful new bladed melee weapon. Its light attack matches the heavy attack of the machete, while its heavy attack matches that of the cavalry saber. It is the first weapon supported by our new trait, Martialist, which enables a very stylish and unique first strike attack from the sheath that does increase damage with a wide arc. We're happy to announce that we are also adding the legendary version of the Katana for all owners of the Shrine Maiden's Hell DLC within a short time after update 1.15 goes live. There are more weapons coming with update 1.15, so let's move on and have a look. The Dolch 96 family sees custom ammo in the form of the FMJ and Dum-Dum rounds for the first time, and is complemented by two additional variants, the Dolch Deadeye and the Dolch Claw. The drilling rifle has been a great success in the community, and with its new hand cannon and hatchet medium slot variants, hunters are able to incorporate the flexible drilling into even more loadouts. Lastly, we're adding the Lamont Mark II Carbine Marksman, a scoped version of the revolver carbine, which combines close-range firepower with precision over distance. We have taken this opportunity and looked closer at the entire Lamont family. The short underbarrel shotgun has been upgraded to be similar to a single shot from a rival hand cannon, and regular ammunition now has an increased muzzle velocity, which will help the carbine variants at distance. We are also adding even more custom ammo types to some of the existing weapons, so make sure to check out the patch notes for the full details. All of these new weapons will be first available during
Welcome to my channel.
event before they roll into the regular unlock progression as usual once the event is finished next year. In the last update, we introduced Shadow as a rare burn trait that can only be found in the world. We are now bringing back two more burn traits in the same way, Relentless and Death Cheat. Relentless prevents you from losing a health bar when down the next time, while Death Cheat will save your hunter once when returning to the lobby after being killed. Both burn traits are one-offs and with update 1.15 we're rolling out a second batch of our fantastic weapon inspect animations. This is our biggest batch so far, as all rifles and shotguns, including all the legendary variants, can now be inspected in detail and equipped. We hope you enjoy them as much as we do.
Neurotic Official. Welcome to my channel.
Next, let's talk about Ash Bloom, our exciting new dynamic time of day that is introduced as a wildcard condition. Light mist will rapidly transition to a heavy, impenetrable fog when ash drifts up. Something strange is in the air as animals get very agitated and dogs continue to bark endlessly during heavy fog. This corruption appears to be spreading through the bayou, sickening some of the trees and crops even when Ash Bloom doesn't show its hand. From update 1.15 on, we are introducing an updated bloodline progression, making it more exciting and faster to unlock new equipment and traits and earning a fair bit of extra hunt dollars along the way. The biggest change is that all base weapons are now available from rank 1 at the start of the game. Variants and custom ammo is still unlocked by using any weapon of the same family, killing monsters, targets and other hunters with them. Tools, consumables and traits are now all unlocked by ranking up your bloodline, each occupying a specific rank you have to reach to gain access to them. You no longer need to unlock new variants by using them a certain amount of time. They are all lined up nicely along the bloodline progression main path, with many also available at rank 1 right away. We have also taken this opportunity to streamline some of the existing traits in the game. We have combined some of them into single traits to increase the chance to find a trait matching your gear and playstyle. Hunter recruits are now presented as more meaningful, ready-to-play packages that even come at a discount. You will find their traits and gear matching wonderfully now, each also coming with a melee tool and first aid kit guarantee. Even better, recruiting them saves you a juicy 25% of the cost of their equipment over individual purchases. Legendary hunters have also been made cheaper to recruit and always come with traits of a minimum value or additional free upgrade points to spend at will, being a fair alternative to the heavily discounted regular recruits. Free recruits are now only available if you are sitting below 20,000 hunt dollars. However, when below 5,000 hunt dollars, additional free recruits become available for a greater variety of free options to get your upgrades faster. To help with progressing your bloodline faster, workbenches can now be found in many compounds. This is where blueprints and gun oil can be found exclusively now. Gun oil has been reworked to instantly progress to the next matching unlock for the weapon in your hand, and if none are available, grant you 1 random unlock from the arsenal. Blueprints now always grant you 3 random unlocks instead. We have done some layout changes to the compounds and removed all of the generators. They've always been in a bit of an odd spot, causing a lot of noise for little gain. Electric lights will remain and are still either set randomly on or off at mission start, but players have to destroy them now manually if they prefer darkness. In addition, there are a lot of notable smaller balance changes and improvements coming with update 1.15 to round things up. Fusees, flare pistols and star shells can now ignite downed hunters. You can now move the camera while vaulting, making it easier to engage targets around corners. Carrying a bounty token now grants a passive instinct effect, showing that enemies are around within 75 meters regardless of any remaining dark side boost seconds. Decoy fuses now detonate a weak explosive that can destroy window shutters and doors for added utility. Elevators are now moving at double their speed, making them safer to operate. The Derringer Penny Shot now has an extra 2 shells capacity. Lightfoot no longer suppresses jump sounds, but still helps with vaulting and ladders, and is now 1 upgrade point cheaper for a total of 5 upgrade points. Many more changes you can read up in the full patch notes. We are looking forward to hear your thoughts on update 115 and Tide of Desolation, and hope you are having a blast with this new version of Hun Showdown. Make sure to check out our other videos detailing the Tide of Desolation event, as well as our controller.
Niko budeš spreman ti.
Mhm.
Jes, spremila.
Znači, da gledaš neurotik, ovdje me ne brine, ovo što mi neko poklonio sub za nekog lupašu.
Shader, optimization.
To meni radi. Tebi?
Pa prepostavio se čim si izašao iz lobija. Ogradio sam ja to. Sutra ću rušiti sistem tamo kod vas. Fabričku pa da dignem sve. Ma brzo mi isto SSD. Nema nešto puno programa da instaliram i onda igre i to.
A šta si se izgubio, digni me kretenu, jedan!
Ne nerviraj se Milane, prehlađaj se.
Srce će te okinuti.
Ne boj se ti za moj srce.
Srce moje kao kamen je u ovom gradu, ničeg nema da zadržim.
Ko vreme u crno, hladno napolje, jebote, živo sam.
Hladno.
Išao jutro baš brije.
Šta?
Jesi ti ispao iz lobija moga?
Šta?
Jao. Meni radi ovaj preloading ovih shadera.
Pa znam, jesam.
Moram sačekat.
I understand.
Yes.
Više mi ne iskače ono dole za delove za neku pušku ili nešto. Valjda sam sve živo uključao. Danas sam ušao multiplayer na deathmatch i samo sam odradio emisije, znaš. Ali ne vidim.
Ovaj pađa je,
za ovu pušku i to je to. Onda da dosta da upalim jedno od pola sata, a?
Je kad uđeš u meč, nemoj sad da pališ ništa, hvala.
I da upalim jedan za Battle Pass, da upalim za level imam 630 minuta, imam 1 sat, ovako ti leveli su kurac, viš da ih resetuju. Ja sam otišao na Maxi Prestige i sve i džabe došli. Treba, brate, da prestanu da drkaju Warzone. Znači, kad izbacuju novi Modern Warfare, da izbacuju novi Warzone, brate, ostaje Warzone sa strane, izbacuješ non stop menjaš. Hoće neki igra koje neke veze. I valjda moraju zbog integracije skinova i tigova. Protivaca, lopeć.
Znači sad restart igre ako je već uradio ovaj shader optimization.
Everyone keeps asking me to watch the Diablo 4 we won by With No Filler. Everyone, I mean, this is like the 4th or 5th time somebody's asked me to look at this one, so this must be a good video. I mean, it's got 1,000 likes on 17,000 views. That's a pretty good ratio. Looks like some pretty amazing comments in terms of positivity. So let's actually see what this guy is talking about.
Diablo 4 has come a long way since its release, but there are still some problems, and there's a lot of negative content out there, so this is going to be different. I'm going to show you how to solve the game's problems easily.
Very nice.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant stuff like this. This video is going to cover some of the best solutions from the fans with no filler, and it shows how
Look,
they work on
filters!
the game, occasionally in musical form. And it also includes a lot of fresh ideas, like this one. Still workshopping that name. With a combination of these solutions, Diablo 4 could win back over a lot of the fans that it lost. As you may know, the game had a successful launch.
Yes.
Then something happened.
People are quitting, people are upset.
I'm done with Diablo 4.
It's just overwhelming how many people hate this.
You know this is the worst game of the year.
You know, it is not good.
Diablo 4 bad.
Diablo 4 bad.
D4 bad.
D4 bad.
Hey, it's Kyre! Kyre made the cut.
To say D4 bad. Stop.
D4 extremely bad.
Okay, I'm turning this up.
Okay, you get the point. So what exactly happened here? The with no filler version is some people got bored and some people got mad. By most accounts, Diablo 4 was not fully baked when it was released. Over the first month, there were a lot of hotfixes, primarily to make the game's most popular areas unavailable so that people would try different stuff. And then the game announced a major patch update.
I still do not understand what they were thinking with this patch. Right before Season 1, they just deflate all of the hype that we have, and then otherwise, in my opinion, unnecessary time for these. Like, I don't understand why we needed to nerf everything there. Maybe they were thinking way down in the future when they were changing itemization or something. But if you're gonna do all that, do the nerf before that. Like, why do it right before the season? It killed everyone's boner for the new season immediately.
Fans wanted that patch to fix the glitches and quality of life problems and spice up the ending.
Hoćemo li narod?
Nekaj drugim telefonom.
Nemam drugi telefon. Ja u ovaj telefon imam 2 kartice, ali nemam 2 telefona.
Ti meni lažeš sve i sve zaboravljaš, drugome daješ sve, a mene ostavljaš. Ajmo napred, Izraeli. Jes.
Gardi,
Molim.
bilo mi je što Ilija reka da, a doću ja to da vidim, nije da sad, nije mi to nešto značaja, ali a doću da vidim.
Koliko ti možda pričaš? Darko, da startamo.
Absolutely marvelous.
Ili ti marvelowsno. Ne, kao sjeme noćima gardi, plove kraj mene, bude me gardi, a ja nemam sna, pa na.
Čisto malo da može.
Što te ljubim noćima, a koga vidim tajna je. A jebote, mora sam da uzmem jednu staru majicu da čistim nos, jednu tranju.
I to donesi posle kod mene i zaboravi. Zaboravi da je poneseš kući.
Tu tranju što sam nos čistio.
I ostavi je tu kod mene, da.
A kad sad to uradim?
Pa, ja ti kažem.
Pa ako hoćeš da te pospremim da još...
Ili odnesi kumu, stavimo tamo na ćošak, tamo gdje je njegovo leglo, gdje on odmara.
Brlog.
To si ti rekao.
Leglo. Pa sled.
Ne znam.
Server 170.
To juče je bilo. To je juče bilo. Slušaj me sad, nas 7-8 je gledalo, ušao sam baš da vidim onaj chat, znaš, kao lobby queue. Gledali smo kako traži još 10 igrača i server. Jedno dobrih 5 minuta smo gledali queue, ali moguće.
Ilija, ja mogu doći kod tebe, a te pospremim da ne radiš još jedno 7 dana, ako ti je to...
Stavit ćemo masku kad ti dođeš, ili ćeš izaći napolje.
Ne ide ja niđe kad sam Ja mogu doći kod tebe kad ozdravim, to nije problem. Ne bolesan idem, jer ja ne volim da niko bolesan dolazi.
Evo ja nešto kašljem, može biti da sam si već sredio.
Ali ako ti se ne radi, mogu ti to završiti.
To je jedino ti ako nećeš da radiš.
Ja sam privatnik.
A ti si privatnik. A šta privatizuješ?
Gardi! Kaže Ilija, gdje radiš? Ja rekao, ja sam privatnik. Ja samo Gardi kažem, završi to i to je to.
Go. Turn the tide of this war.
Not far from you. It could be nothing, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Better safe than dead. Strike team, get eyes on. We need to know what's happening in our backyard.
Drži stamenu, popije, no.
Držio.
Upalim. Za Battle Pass. Za oružje. 45 minuta. 1 sat.
Za oružje, još nisi levelao to. Stani.
Imam 7 ovih kuraca. 7 levela.
Gde? Ne, u ovu zgradu. Pazi. Drago mi je što mi je ovo markiralo na mapu. Čekaj, stani, nemoj pucaš u zadnju, samo izađi napolje. Ne može, ne radi.
A gdje nam je čikanera?
Tuži se još. Sad možeš. Teo sam probam da izvučem ono. Ne može.
Neurotik, da kažeš, ne treba da me brine onaj sub što sam mi neko tamo poklonio, a?
Ljubičasti nož, hoćeš da si igraš malo.
A?
Znači, vrcu karambis.
Ne čuje on mene, jel?
Čujete.
Yes.
Čujete čovjek.
Ekirio.
Šta hoćeš da ti kaže?
Zašto je mene neki debil subovao za neku subu?
Nije te subo, nego ti je dao džabe sub. Ima razlike. Ne može niko da ti naplati pare.
Ne može da ti se naplati.
Kako će ti naplatiti?
To ide neko stavi nasumišno i onda...
A opiši mi kao da će da mi
možda daš sebi neku određene osobi, znači možda daš...
Jel ti imaš, samo malo. Ne, jel ti imaš Amazon Prime, druže?
Da.
E pa. Pitaj toga što ti je napravio Amazon Prime, kako to radi. Samo otkaži Amazon Prime i to je to.
A nisam otkazao Amazon Prime, našao sam deo ovo da otkažem ovoj gluposti.
Koliko meni puta stigao give sub za ljude koji ne protiv uopšte.
To ti kaže bre neka Julin tamo nešto se kerepeći kao čatuje. Ugom čat.
Nije to, Milane.
To ne mora se nastaviti, znaš. I kažeš samo koliko je poštarina za to da odmah uplati.
Kad izađe napolje.
A vi znam šta je bre, slušaj, znači imaju varijantu.
Niagara varijantu, hvala.
Ne mogu, zato što to su pare koje nisu provučene. Može da ti spasuje u kući, da ti pošalje specijalnom službom. Evo ti podaci, plati 400 evra za slanje i ti sad ti dobiješ kurac. Meni je umiralo jedno 19 rođaka iz Afrike već do sada, ovih 20 godina.
Znaš šta se radi s čipkom? Pa da, sačuvaj kako ćeš idemo tamo.
Imam Ilija Amazon Prime, ali to nema veze sa Amazon Prime. Tamo ne skida sa Amazon Prime. Ali sam uspeo sa nekim da kažem.
Matori, može do pitanja, Matori?
Ne može. Može, ajde, poduri idem posto.
Jer sam ja nabazan za čovjeka koji je piksel.
Ti si samo praviš Amazon.
Postoje razlike.
Zavisi, čime se mažeš.
Čime se mažeš?
Da, jedino ako ti dopustim da me zeznaš.
A da, stvarno, čime se mažeš?
Sending coordinates for a heavy hitter from the most wanted list I put together.
Jele.
Take him down.
Afar. Jodo mi
Eyes on the ball.
I'm reloading.
Da.
Za vazelin. Vazelin koriste MMA borci kad namažu za puku.
A znam, brate, gluposti.
A ti si bio MMA borac pa znaš, ili?
Nebitno, boks, nebitno, sport.
Aha, dobro, znam. Znam da si bio borac, zato te pitam. Znam da znaš. Pa znam da si bio borac, pa zato te pitam. MMA.
Borac za pravdu istinu.
Jest.
Ilija, to smo decoy. Changing mags.
To ledwo to trzeba nie ukryć.
Pa tako i treba. Ja ne znam zašto to do sad već nije rekao.
Da. Ajme.
To
Fej-
pitaj Peđu.
Fejsu.
Pitaj Peđu da te Fejs kamuje i onda ovaj...
A ako ga nisi pokupio, tu je.
Milane. Milane dušo. Pitaj Peđu da te Fejs kamuje, znaš.
Da te Fejs skamuje.
Da. Samo kako ja koristim da valja ili ne valja otkriva.
Pa neka na 1080. Može na 720.
Kliker.
Ako kaže da mi pošaljem, to znači da mi završi. Treba li ti negdje vreć?
Koliko kapacitet?
Pazi si na kola, bolje si skini.
Tako je, ali plati tu kad ima.
Watch your fire! Let's move!
Pokušavam da se okrenem normalno. Ne.
Let them have understanding.
Ajde, kameri, onda da postoje.
Ajde, Mato. It's number 600.
Tako je, Iron Maiden. Ajde, ćao, Iron Maiden. The number of
Wait.
things.
Number of the best.
Kakvi idioti. Gledaj gdje su poginuli.
Gdje imamo perk da uzmemo prvo?
Sad moramo promenimo taj deo mape, tako da nam se isto ovako. I ako imaš dikoje, uzmi ih još. Meni treba još, nema šanse da uradim bez dikoja. Moroni. Dobre, digli su se iz mrtvih. Vaskrsli su. Ajmo. Šta je sam igrao? Shutdown. Primal. Primal, Far Cry Primal. Pa ne može da se podrazumeva Far Cry, nego Primal, Far Cry. To ti je pest.
Kad je on izašao posle? Pre petice ili posle? Nisam
A.
pogledao.
Uzmi odmah ovaj. To se može odmah.
A je sad skoro kupio peticiju.
Pa kupio sam, ali peticija je interesantnija, čini mi se dvoje ovako.
Prije 7 godina.
Drago mi. Ti si je ukrao prije 5 godina, ajme. Ti si ukrao prije 5 godina, ajme. Nema, ima razlike. We are not the same. Dobro. I agree to disagree. Znači, možeš otići na strelište da pucaš iz pištolja, a možeš i da odeš kod komšije koji ima recimo 20 hektara zemlje, staviš metu i obojica pucate. Ko će doći u sred njive da vas zajebava? Niko. Ako ja kažem sam bio na strelište da pucam iz CZ99, to je op. GG. Jesi ti upgrade u oružje, tu pušku?
Pušku jesam.
Jesam, ajme. Za kod? Ja imam failove za kod, ja ga igram.
Ne, ja ti Kesić i Drakula.
Drakula, kako sam dobro shvatio, igrao je taj Warzone 2 dana i već je rekao da ne može. Toliko ti pratiš, informacije.
Pa igraj sinoć sa Kesićem, ne znam kako ti pratiš.
Let's get the cargo to the LZ.
Ne zombije, ne DMZ, već su igrali...
Ne, upravo mu je rekao da mu je dosta Warzone, znaš, toga trčanja, skakanja i pucanja. Možda će biti danas drugačije, vidjet ćemo kad dođe.
Pa, kad bi ja upadu u špir. Igra bi čisto ono...
Kad bi ti, pa što ti nisi igrao s njime, juče?
A ja imam temperaturu, nemam
A tebi treba koncentracija. Za Call of Duty ti treba koncentracija. Darko, si ikad čuo? Izvini me, ovo je stvarno. Ako za nešto treba koncentracija, to nije ovo. Izvoli, bilo je 50 baksa. Dobro je. Stavio možda AP municiju ili incendiary. A dobro, onda ga neće biti, to ti ja garantujem. Ispred nas. Čekaj, ne volim kad me neko goni. Ili izađem. Ili izađem odmah ili ga ubijem. Znači ne volim progonitelje. To me čini jako nervozno. Stoji iznad mosta, ne može da se pomeri, samo udri po njemu. Zaglupio se full.
Zašto si mi rekao da
Pa viš da ne može napred, ne može nazad, ne može da nas prati, znaš, i samo stoji u mjestu. Ako ti treba neki glitch da ti se reši, to ću ti ja sedjeti svaki put. Nazdrav. Znači, toliko su mu dobro programirali AI da ne može ne može da obiđe na taj nadvožnjak iz drugog ugla te gađe.
Eto, recimo,
To ti je bug igre. Han Shodan možeš imolatora da voziš oko jednog kamena. Kerovi koliko god da su zeznuti u Han Shodanu, ako imaš jedno drvo, ne mogu da te izujedaju. Gardinovački zbog nekog razloga i dalje umire od kerova, ja mu kažem, nađi bilo šta. Ne može da nađe jedan objekat da ih vozi okolo. On mora da stoji na ravno, da oni skoče napred, skoče nazad, skoče napred i ubiju. I kaže, šta je ova igra? Razumeš? Ako nešto radiš, moraš poznati mehaniku toga. Ako si policajac, moraš poznati vatreno oružje. Ako si mesar, moraš znati koliko ti je alat, oštar ili vitalne tačke životinje koju ćeš da liši života. Da. Čaki, mislim da će ti katana biti veliki problem, čaki, vidjet ćeš uskoro. Zato što će katana imati onu varijantu da je staviš u korice i imat ćeš onaj udarac kad on kao izvuče i kao preležete kao onako pravom. Kao stare cipele.
Pa rekao sam slash.
Pa nije slash, hoćeš da ti kažem kako se to tačno zove. Hvala da. To ti je jaj. Nije to japanski, to ti je kendo izraz. Jaj, to ti je tehnika brzog potezanja oružja iz korica. Pa ne znam ja, ali eto. pomalo znam.
Mene ne zanimaju anglocizmi.
Anglocizmi? Kakav anglocizam? To ti nije anglicizam. Ti si jedan od onih što kažu šaržer. Da. A to je francuski izraz. Šaržet je napuniti na francuskom. Francuz. Bez engleskog.
A čekaj, imaš load ili load?
Ne, kao što sam rekao. Druže, dobro. Šaržet. Ako ćeš da budeš Srbin, jeli, ili Crnogorac, onda ćeš reći magacin. Ili okvir. Znaš, to je pomalo domaća. Pa da, ali šaržer, to kažu gangsteri koji su priglupi, znaš. Ja obično s gangsterima nemam šta da pričam. Ne, hvala. Nema šta da vređam. Rap je rap, muzički ukusi su takvi da se njima ne vredi raspravljati. Svako sluša što mu prije. Ja ne znam možemo li izaći odavde. Nije mi nešto sigurno. Kuda ići? Nekako sam izašao. Gore. Kuda ići, kuda krenuti?
Mora mi pištolje, mi treba 100 kilo pištolje.
Znam, ajmo.
Cancel my last. I'm driving.
Moramo na benzinsku. Ajde. Zapravo benzinska je ovdje. Preko su ti oni level 3, ne bi ti savjetao baš da ih agruješ. Ne, neću tu laminu, to je... Evo vidi ja, zombie level 3, pazi leđe. Da, zombie level 3, pogledaj majke, ajme. Neverovatno. Taj ću... Kako si ti... Ti si upgrade'o pištolja, ne pušku. A znam, ali... Hoćeš logiku da ti objasnim. Ako leveluješ jednu pušku na level 2, možemo da radimo... Ili ona ili bounty u zoni 2. Možemo brže da uradimo, možemo opet skupiti 5000 ili 15, nego kad imaš opet level 1 oba oružja. Ali dobro, tvoj izbor, neću da se to... Koji je optimalan način da se ovaj most prođe? Vidi, ovo su sklonili. Zombius Prime. Jeste autobot. Evo ti, ako hoćeš kilove da namakneš, uđi unutra i namaćiš kako treba. Daj mi samo 3000. Dođi, Darko. Jel imaš onaj za reload trade? Ajde, stani, dođi. Dođi pa ga uzmi. Treba 2000 samo. Uzmi pare nazad. Treba ti 2000, vam. Šta kažeš ti? Šta god Optimus.
Najjači je Chico Optimus Prime.
Evo Darko, vam.
Kamion, jel tako?
To je tvoje. Hvala, ajmo.
I'm reloading.
Kamion, 600 ton fura kao avion.
Kako se zove onaj što je avion? On je iz 10. glavni.
Svaka čast, znaš. Zavisi koju verziju gledaš Transformersa. Kurac.
Bad choice letting me live.
Starscream G1, to mu je naziv ili ja.
Ovo su fiksali, znaš, Dragomir. Znači, ona nuklearna kola ti više ne daje imunost na gas. Ti meni lažeš sve.
I pripada seriji
G1, A1.
Changing mags.
Optimus Prime.
S kojom si to decom gledao? Tako je.
That's better.
That place was a waking nightmare. Shit I hadn't thought about since I was a kid.
Solidno loš.
Far worse than expected.
This should level the playing field.
Oh, those cysts are foul. No matter how many times I deal with them, my stomach still churns. at the
Šotrov.
stench.
Povodarko.
I'm reloading.
I uzmi, stani. Uzmi. Gdje je zeleni ključ koji nisam uzeo, hvala.
Ja plavim ovo. Nove. Postavljeno.
Raid weapon. Let's move.
Mislim, možemo to. Možemo i ovo, jače su pare. A znam. Neću da pucam pola sata njega radi ništa. Da bi mi dao zlatnu lobanju koja vredi 5000.
Bad choice letting me live.
To je meni, ono, bez veze. Kad ih pucaš s tim otrovnim, kako se zove, upgrade-om, imaš šansu da ih obrneš da se biju između sebe.
Got the high value top. I'm driving.
American woman, won't you get away, American woman.
Mama se više ne igra. To svaki drugi dan.
A on, fine, momak ima neke druge prioritete u životu, to je dobro.
Decoy out. Throwing Molotov. Reloading. Tossing a decoy.
Ja imam i sirani,
Imam viška ovoga. Nevjerojatno. Opet ti kažem, ne mogu da pokupim to što ti vidiš.
Na mjesto turbinac, kako ti izbaci?
Moraš da baciš na pod, to što imaš, bilo što da baciš. I onda, na primjer, ovaj komad
Brate, evo ti
mesa,
kerovi.
nosim ja meso, da.
Evo ti ovo. Evo ti ovo.
We need every advantage.
To je to. Ja ti, si vidio bombu dole na podu?
Anyone need a Casimir? Let's move. Ground station contract card. Scratch that. Range weapon stash contract here.
Znači, vjerojatno si teo da radimo onaj extraction contract, jel tako, onu mapu. Onda dobro, onda ne moramo. Ne moramo.
Mislim, uključio sam ovo sad i će mi se kako ću dobiti.
Pa dobro, vidi, imamo vremena. Gledaj gdje je radijacija. Onaj krug radijacije ti je gore skroz na severu gdje smo mi bili. Znači da se radijacija polako spušta dole. Što znači da imamo vremena teoretski dosta da izađemo i kad krene radijacija.
Changing mags. I'm driving. Get one neutralized.
Ovdje negdje zna da bude kućica za Karen, da to vozim ako malo okolo naokolo. Ali je ne vidim.
Pučku ću ja dići na level 2. Nego mi ovaj...
Čekaj me tu ispred ove zgrade, ja idem po onaj kontrakt. Učini mi trebalo 3 igre da ubaci ovaj bar za sprint, ovaj tactical sprint.
Hunker down to hold that cash. Ready up for a gunfight.
Mark Zink. Welcome to my channel.
Heads up, Deadbolt. You've got shamblers
I'm
inside
reloading.
your position.
Close the move.
Tombstone sam popio. Koliko imam puška? 27 levela, ali tako?
Da. Tada.
26.
Ajmo još jedan. Ovo.
Bounty hunt contract located. Let's move.
A, imaš ovdje, piči gore liftom da upgradeš oružje. Tamo te okruži. Tu imaš gore onu mašinu. Ja ću da uzmem kontrakt i upgradeuj jedno od ta dva, pošto imaš para. Ne moraš da čekaš ovaj kontrakt.
Ako ćemo ići da grindamo, onda bolje pušu.
Pa onda uđi pušu.
Sa pištolima ću kupiti ovdje još 60 kilovata.
Kaže čovjek da ima dva velika backpacka viška. Ako ti se baš ide po to, možemo otići. My friend wants one.
Onda sam skočim dole. Gdje si ti?
Copy that.
Da idem tamo ka Marku.
Čekaj, stani. D6, idi u... Da, idi ka onome bounty. I see him. Hello.
Hey man.
So, I can I guess offer you this if you want. One. Hey, I need one. Thank you. Much appreciated. Evo, danas sam ti backpack.
Što se obaga?
Drži ove, ne vidi ništa ove radioaktivne jebote.
Jedan kristal, brate, sam našao. Level 2, neću.
Bolje ga... Si upgrade oružje, šta s tim?
Pa nisam, pošto sam već iskoristio.
Pa ne moraš, to ti kažem.
Da čuvam.
Čuvaj za sljedeći put kad kreneš da imaš odmah oružje level 2, znaš?
Ma da, ne mora da se pare trošaju.
Ti imaš level 2 pušku, level 1 pištolje, ili tako? Ajmo, gdje ćemo? Odgledamo. Pita čovjek ovaj što je dao taj ruksak, pita jel neko video one portale. Bio je, mislim, jedan ljubičasti portal tamo gdje smo mi startali. Ćošku mapu. Mislim, on pokuša. A?
Hoće da igra.
Ne, nego imaš... Znaš onaj klip što si ti meni poslao?
Da, ono...
Jest. Imaš posebne one male portale. Imaš te posebne male portale u koje ideš da radiš to. Ček samo da vidim nešto. Au, ja mogu ovo da uradim. Ajde, sačekaj me ovdje, ne moraš da ideš da gineš sa mnom i daj mi samo kintu. Uzem samo dikoje i da odem tamo da upgradem bar jedno oružje. To pomogu. Dobro. South of Villa. Next to shooting range. Idem, ne moraš vam da ideš, tako?
Pa idem ja ono da...
Ti uzmi taj kontrakt tamo. To Boris Ker.
I'm driving. my mark.
There's a fully loaded Terminus LTV and they're just begging to be offage.
Let's move.
Može, može, samo se parkiram da napuni gore. Ne, ajme.
Changing back. Copy. Cancel my last.
Svi da oglo pozvat, udari su vam banderove, spala sam.
To sam gledao 100 puta, to što si ti...
Moving.
Ovo je realno, to je moguće da terate banderove. Da ste mi gledali da sam puško.
Okay, tango drop. Taking fire.
Imam 2 čipa, ako nađemo još 2-3, bit će vesel.
Ako... Ne, na onoj mapi imaš garantovano 2-3 čipa. Jedan ti je na stolu kod one ženske, drugi ti je iza žičane ograde, treći ti je na startu kad počneš mapu. 4 možeš naći. Ajde, 5 sigurno.
Mark an LZ for extraction.
Weather balloon data agrees. This is going to be a big one. Strike team, get to exfil ASAP.
600 sumnja, imaš damage drop off, nikad nemaš ubiti.
Dobro nam blizeno. Ja, municija, to je problem. Ovo su bez puške.
Kao što rekao, to oružje ima oko 900 metaka u minuti, ja mislim, RPM. To ima pretpostavka, pošto jako brzo i stres opet.
Come on, exfil.
Yeah. Hello. Can you just kill this shit? Thank you. Okay, let me show you, Mr. Inohara. Where are you?
Yes.
Ah, I'm low.
It was here. Do you see this? Where is it? Hello.
Ah, here's some.
Gdje je taj čovjek? Sekunde samo. Sad ćemo otići tamo.
Samo da vidim. Još 13 zombija, daj dobijem. Dok nisam otišao.
Ajde koliko. Imaš tu municiju. Mr. Inohara, hello. Yeah, this way.
Yes.
At the beginning of the match, me and Mr. Neurotic found it here, on this spot. So did it disappear because I saw the, what's it called, the fucking thing, extractor, being on this spot. So it was right here. But this is where we picked the fucking car, and there it was, in the middle of that rift, there was a car.
Yes.
So maybe this spawns. I don't think you have luck. You have to do it probably next match.
Treba mi 10 kila ovih zombija i to je to. Mogu i tamo, a?
Može tamo.
Scratch that.
Taman. Sve znam.
Znam. Samo da uzmem drugi auto, je razvaljen.
Da piškim, da pušim. Sve obojem.
I'm driving.
On ima benzina. Nemoj se trudiš, taj benzina nema. Morat ćemo ovim. A ovaj će da eksplodira. Oh my god. Jesi iza onu kutiju municije? Onaj supply. Kome treba cesta? Nemaš ti to preći, džaba ti to meni markaš. Nemaš to preći s dva igrača bez kjera, malo teži slučaj. Naša tvorica je trebalo i poginuli smo 15 puta. Onaj crv je retardiran, da. Ja ti zombi igri.
Ovdje kuš. Ko te dira, alo?
Hvala.
Preču sam daily.
Beginning final approach to exfil site.
Moving.
Open mag!
Da, hoće da grinda, nek se preključi.
Moving to my mark. Guns on my last.
Upalit ću opet, ima da izađem sa 10 tokena sam. Koliko tamo traje, da upalim onda od pola sata?
Pa pola sata.
Dođem do doktorice, neću odmah. Ali sad ću ja doći, zapalim.
Moving. fire mission. Target marked.
Copy your mark. Order strike inbound.
Got contact. Reloading.
No hit. Shot mid.
Taking fire.
To ti to. Ploši me. Gledam ko je sad. Ko je ovo zombi koga nisam ubio? Hoćeš da stani, dođi vam.
Strike team. Enemy birds closing on your position.
Da, imaš ovdje resupply municiju.
Hostiles. I'm reloading. Enemy marked. Got contact.
Neš udari zgrad. Si ne moraš još visočije. Nas pokupi jedan čip već.
Da.
Evo iza tebe.
Strike team.
Got a valuable hit.
Jo, da.
Connection.
Check your fire.
Going to work.
To ti je 3, jel?
I'm a hold up nearby. Send my location. Hurry.
Got mercs incoming on that grid now. Advise you move.
Mameš, imamo se, dereš.
Taking fire.
Davaj.
Minja ranili. Nisu se ranili nego usmrtili.
Još jedan čip sam našao.
Gde, gore?
A,
Na,
ovdje.
na stolu?
Moving this way.
Na krovu? Ne sjećam
Ovdje
se.
je ispao nekom od ovih čuvari.
Može biti.
Ovih iz Wagnera. Pregožinovih.
Pa ne znam koji je emblem koji koriste ovi iz Wagnera, ali nešto mi... Ovo ti je neka zmija, čini mi se crvena.
Da, ali kad pogledaš boje,
Da.
čak i redosljed boja identičan je kao
Feel
Wagner.
mercy.
Pa prepostavio sam
Welcome
da je
to
to
my
u
channel.
pitanju, ti možda bolje znaš.
Gledao sam
mislim da nije slučajno uopće.
Da bude providno, a naravno da nije. Nego i nisu da ne bude providno, bude isto okruglo, znači, ko što je njima. I da se zove veliko Z, kao ono Z za pobedu, što dobre Rusi. Ni to nije slučajno. Kao šatru, zombi, pa sad kao, ili idemo na ovaj kurac, taj.
Ubiješ snajpera, možeš ići na to.
Hostiles! Requesting close air. Target marked.
Ček, gledaj sad. Razletali su se kao maladec. Nema ovdje. Ovi magacini znaju da imaju te čipove. Ali ti ne bi savjetovao da aktiviraš mitraljez dok ne prebacimo se gore na krov sa ovom ženskom. Svi trče u liniju. Sad gledaj, imaš 4 već, jel da? Gledaj, nemoj skupljati ovo, samo zapamti da je, evo ga, uvijek je ovdje. Samo ga ostavi tu, neće se responovati. Znači jedan ti je tu i vidi, pogledaj njen stol, vidiš na stolu u desnom ćošku, vidiš? To ti je drugi čip, znači imaš tu jedan i tu su uvijek. I treći ti je gore. I to ti mogu pokazati, da se prati. Ništa, izađi ako ćeš pucaj na nju, moramo sad kad taj timer ne odradi. Šta, čekamo dok ona ne ode gore, kad ode gore onda možeš aktivirati to. Ne, pa opet ćeš ih aktivirati. Znaš?
Siđem dole, pokupim.
Ne moraš, ostavi ih sad gdje jesu, neće oni nestati. Nego kad ti isteknu ta 4, odeš opet. Imamo pojačanje. Gore na cross. Ali zato je obično pucan helikopter, poslije mora svima s igrom. Da, ona je gotova. Evo ti ovdje, gledaj.
We're 3 mics out.
Pa stavio gore, ne?
All stations, protect Dr. Jansen. We need her alive.
Don't look so surprised. My parents were ex-national intelligence. Taught me to protect myself.
I'm reloading.
E sad možeš aktivirati ako hoćeš ono gore na krovu.
Zakayev will unleash this hell everywhere from New York to Joburg if we can't stop him here.
Koliko stavio? 4, jel? Imaš ovdje još jedan.
Copy. 1 minute out.
Got a valuable here.
Hold that LZ strike team. Multiple enemies on approach.
Na stolu, samo stiđi dole na donju platformu, ispod tebe. Tu je sobici, imaš na stolu.
Watch your fire. Get one missile now.
A ne mogu tako brzo. Spamovali su me bili. Imam self revive, ali ono radije bi da me... Nema veze. Ne moraš ti stani. Već, nije to teško. Ovo već ne znam kakva lag neki. Vidi se. Hvala. Vidio sam šta se radi.
Changing back.
Evo to. Znaš šta je najveća fora? U zoni 3. Znaš ona zona 3 u centru mape. Ovaj mitraljez isto ubija zombije normalno, znaš. Isto ih ovako kasati. Ja znam, imao sam viška ovih čipova, znaš. I odem u zonu 3, ubacim 3 ili 4 čipa. To je pucalo dobrih 5 minuta. Gledao sam bio na mapi, dobija non stop XP, uopšte nisam tamo. Znaš što je bilo 3 igrača su se muvali tuda. Kako je mitraljez pucao 5 minuta, oni su tuda se na cross popnu i tu im je bilo baca.
Changing back.
Na ovoj mapi nema prodavnica, nema veze. dolazim. Ne, stani, to nam je jedini self-revive.
Niko ja.
Pa, da ti sad to priđeš bliže mi Tereza, za svaki slučaj. Oko 5 minuta. Čini mi se da imamo municiju. Da. Ja si našao ovdje kamp, spawn. To ovdje iz ćoška dolaze, znaš.
Još jedan sam našao čovjek.
Koliko imaš? 4? Opet.
Atlantic Mark.
Mislim da nema municiju. Idi napuni ga. Znači to ti još 5, oko 5 minuta 6 ti to još.
Get one neutralized.
Dobio sam kamo za karambit, kaže in zombies kill 250 zombija with karambit. rekao bi ti da odeš da kupiš mitraljez onaj, ali nema, mitraljezi su svi van ove zone. Ono kao shop za kupovinu, znaš. Onaj sentry gun. Ne može da se kupi.
Sansa down, hoće bude moj prijatelj. Zavisli mu.
Ko?
Sansa down.
Ne znam. Možda smo bili s njim u prošlom meču. Mislim ti je to onaj lik što ti je dao backpack. Što sam mu ja rekao da nađem ovaj portal. Možda, ne znam. Mislim da streba. Ne. Sansa down, ne. Vlada. To imaš municija, a? Da. Ne čujem. Jebi. Ne čujem te zbog razloga jer sam da te smanjio. A da te pojačam onda će čujem kako klikćeš Nemam ja to. Even fire team, jel? Ne, mislim, mogu bi da kažem da imam, ali nema. Da li mi se igra, ne znam da li mi se igra, zato što... Nije da nemam vremena, već jednostavno... Ne znam, možda danas popodne vidim... Pogledat ću Nešin gameplay, ako bude nešto treba da pokažem na Discordu kako to izgleda, možda uzmem, ne znam, sad ne. Ja volim te timske igre, ali dok vi niste počeli skoro da igrati, ja nisam ni čuo da je neko s kanala igrao to ikad. Nema više. To je sušilo je. Darko.
Zvao me, uđem u grupu. Shadow Company, jebala ti Shadow Company, ja sam u grupi Rose Country. Grubica. Mada i ona je u Shadow Company. Ne znam ni koji lik postane aktiv za prijateljstvo i podržava.
Ili si ga strao u Warzone ili ovdje u DMZ.
Pa nešto, da.
Get one neutralized. Thermite out. Throwing grenade.
Imaš 15 minuta,
Nigdje.
da nađem čipove.
A treba si ranije ići potom, sad nigdje.
Tesco nada i banje.
Throwing thermite.
Malo tvrčkam da me jure dole.
Hoćeš nož? Vjerujem da ih nož one shotuje. Probaj. Nemaš, ne pucaš.
Dignu su meni to. Ne mogu da nastavim dok ne dignem sve one.
Napravio si ono 250 kilova zombija sa nožem.
Beli se vrlo, nema ozadnje. 46 komada oružja da digneš na taj crveni da bi mogo nastaviš dalje. Dodati prezadnje da ti se počeo da Borelius.
Decoy out. Tossing a decoy. Second fire. MT-53 point line.
Stavio sam deko. Bacio sam dva.
Rocket tango Frost.
Bukvalno mogu da priđu nerve. I kod ja stavim ovdje.
Throwing thermite. decoy out. Throwing Semtex.
Oh. Меня попрягали. Там, пасть.
Tossing a decoy.
Давай стижу за...
Poziciju malo, smorio sam se.
Op. Pa baci diko je ga. 2 komada u stranu. Koji imaš? Ne to, sad. Ne, sad me diži, sad me diži kad idem. To si to.
Hard choice setting your lead. Get one neutralized. Changing mags.
Rare is reporting sensor problems as well. No false alarm. Deadbolt actual to all field personnel. Got an ether storm forming. Recommend you start thinking about your way out.
Zombie kill. Reloading.
Onda ih je lako ovako tući ako im je samo spawn s ove zgrade. Pita Vlada, ćemo li da igramo par tim, ja kažem nemam igru, a moram bi da vidim na šta liči.
Stigo se posle. A malo je... ali igre...
Šta je, Junkie?
Može stiga, ali malo grafički nije baš nešto.
To šta je to, Unreal 3, Unreal 4 pretpostavljam. Pretpostavljam da je to. Kao Killing Floor 2.
Nema, recimo, animacija uopšte, priča sa NPC-evima. Da go, znaš da mi se uškatavaju, da ima neki pokret i to.
Pa da. Ništa nije savršeno.
Ej, Makiću ga, Makiću.
Setting mine.
Ajde, ajde.
Riček drona.
Makić nije to, ne?
Nije. Jel imaš 5 minuta vremena?
Kaži.
Aj pogledaj onaj klip što sam bacio ja, linkovao sam za 1.15 sati. Valja ćeš se od smeha.
Kako grupo?
Ne, samo pogledaj do kraja, molim te. Mogu da promene ime igre u Samurai Shodown.
Kako progresiju? Šta da menje tu progresiju?
Pa kako se otključavaju stvari kad ono uzimaš prestiž, kako se levelaš, to. To ti je progresivno. Znaš?
Katanu.
Da, gledaj foru, imaš trait za katanu, znaš. Vidi, samo pogledaj kako ga radi. Samuraj shodan.
Ovoga nije ni do... Jebote bre, u animaciji ga nije ni dotaknuo se katanu.
Pa ni ne dotakne ga, pa znaš kako se ta tehnika izvodi. Kako ćeš da ti animira nešto što ne može da se vidi okolo, majke. Ako mi ne veruješ, kucaj.
More, vidio si da bi bio katana.
Pa ne moraš. Nego imaš... Ne moraš. Ne moraš, nego su oni obećali kad... Ima ona ženska, kako se zove ona, Shine Maiden, znaš? Ona je imala kao obećano da kao ima kao katanu, kao deo, znaš, kao porodični mač koji je kao heirloom, ono. E sad, oni nisu ubacili tad bili katanu, tako da nisi imao u suštini, nisu mogli da naprave skin za mačeta, mislim, mogli su, ali ono, nema taj moveset, kapiraš. I onda nema point. A objasnili su, ako se dobro skonto, imaš kao mačeta, onaj horizontalni, onaj slash, i kao sablje imaš onaj kao, onaj stab animaciju. Tako da tu nije ništa posebno novo, osim što je model oružja novo. A moveset već otprilike znaš. Jedino što je novo je taj, ako uzmeš trait, taj kao quick draw, gdje kao izvučeš kao iz pojasa, kao iz korice i ti izvučeš i kao presečeš čovjeka, bam.
That shit.
Ti znaš da mi treba uđemo u helikopter u jednom trenutku. Jel' tako da?
Imamo još koliko?
Pa imaš još 3-4 minuta, znaš, šta ne kažem. Ja se popeo gore, pa sad, hoću uspjeti da ostanem gore, ne znam, ali popeo sam. Neće helikopter otići bez tebe, dok god ti ne dotakneš helikopter neće otići, a ja mogu da sedim gore u kopku. E sad, fazon je, ako ti uđeš unutra, odmah će otići gore, tako da ako uđeš, dotakneš ovo, moraš ostati unutra. Još 2 minuta, fino.
Evo vlada da odignem jednu da završim misiju sa doktorom.
Kako?
Znači odigramo poslije još bez, nego ovo da bi me nosili neki zato što mi doktor nije unapređen.
A klasu imaš doktora?
Ilija, ovaj ste koji pada na SDP?
Naravno.
Kako ne, ja čujem... Sve...
Ko da se kopaje. Ko da se kopaje.
Welcome to operation.
45 minuta baš je skupljanje deterina. Ja, ili ovo... Ovdje bi skupio deterin.
The company hired me to continue my research on energy production from n-dimensional interactions. It was purely theoretical. Right up until it wasn't. As for Zakayev, I had no idea I was working for a terrorist.
You're lying.
Malo vina da
Thought
se
he was the
povrati.
CEO. A physicist, not a mind reader. And I wouldn't have had to work for him, or anyone, if you assholes hadn't shut me down. Zakayev is still out there with even more weapons-grade theory, but I happen to know he keeps it on his person at all times. Why would I tell you that if I didn't want him stopped? Look, I know this element down to its protons. I'm fairly certain I can find a way to neutralize it.
Fairly certain, Wonka. Can you do it or not? Perhaps we should hear her out.
Please, I have to fix this. I may be the only person who can.
Scream from top of my lungs, what's going on?
You better be right. Extraction's going great. Gonna make a killing selling this Ethereum.
And I've enriched enough to make more of these. You can do as you please with the rest.
And what about our runner?
She's played her part. Find her and kill her.
Pogledajš ne dođe na noć.
A neurotik? Apsolutno ga. Ej! Alo? Hoćemo li predstaviti do promenadu, Ilija?
Oh my god.
Ne znam ti, ja ne znam.
$29.000, $30.000. Aj.
A ideš na neki ozbiljan rod, a?
Ja mislim da neurotik ima 40.000,
što
da
je
je
to.
sigurno.
Ideš da uživaš, a ja ću da se patim.
Promenadu, alo?
Pozdravi slavljenika.
Konkretno 25.5.
Skoro 60.000 XP.
60.000 XP-a.
Skoro.
Nazdrav. To ti je 5-6 tokena, prepostavljam.
Na zdravlje.
Pa ti, kao što rekao, ti hoćeš da završiš Battle Pass za 2 dana, šta?
Vlado?
To je plan neki.
Poklanjam Western Digital hard disk od pola terabajta, tvrdi hard disk.
Mora li Vlada da plati poštarine, samo da ti to pitam.
Bez 5 sektora.
Čuješ ti, ne zaobilazi mi temu.
Stavit ću na slikaču i stavit ću na kanal.
Ano, moći da platiš, nažalost, pošto je Milan ciganka.
Umorio sam se.
No dobro, ne moraš ti. Vidi, možemo malo kasnije, nije problem. Nisi na smenu, znaš.
Da, možemo kasnije.
Kažem da završim nešto da ću te pozovem. Nisam upati, kući.
Kako nisi? Vučić zove svaki dan da pita za vest.
Kako ste, Nenade?
Ne, slušaj, zvali su me danas iz izbornog štaba predsjednika Vučića da pitaju šta mislim da bi moglo se promijeniti u državi i da li Da li Vučić može da računa na moju podršku? Ako mogu da računaju na moju podršku, onda svaka čast. Ako se na mene oslanje.
Pali se, a?
Onda im je otišla firma, kurac.
Dankeschön.
Idi vilama na Vladu. Radi nešto, boli me kurac. Naoštri vile dobro i kreni.
Ide s dinamitom.
Rataš? Pogledaj ovu ribu.
Ugasi kompjuter. Idi, prodaj ga, kupi kalašnjikov, molotovlje, koktele i spremaj veliki državni udar. Ako misliš da možeš nešto da promeniš. A ti bi nešto mirnim putem da promeniš. Ja ti kurac za to. Tako.
Pogledaj, rataš.
Od toga nema ništa.
Kaži.
Sad ću ja za Makića da igramo malo, Matuki. Čuješ li me, Matora?
Čujem.
Pa oli igrat?
Da.
Šta?
Da. Jel, Nenade?
Ja.
A što si ti opet uzeo ove aliense na turskom nalogu kad ti jeftinije na evropskom?
Šta sam uzeo?
Halo?
Što si opet aliense kupio na turskom kad ti jeftinije na evropskom?
Pa vlada je časno nisam kupio ništa.
Samo malo da odmorim jebut. Ljudi misli koliko naporno je ovo jebote život.
Rudnik je omeravan, znaš.
Vidim na koliko potreba.
Idem ja Raktar da baci nešto u usta da ti se rešiš jednom.
Okiče sam ovaj novi Ereto sam digao. Snijem snajperova, jel sam. Još mogu bi njega snimiti.
Jel, ali ako hoćeš posle može, sad ne.
Pa posle. Čak odmah da ga stavim. Gear. Yes.
Kupiš ovo da igraš sa nama.
Čovjek je rekao već da nisi.
Moram da pogledam.
Yes.
P7.
Ja sam je stavio na ovaj, kako se zove.
Ne mogu da doplatim sebi turske kredite.
Može da napržiš sa dolarima. Ili kupiš recimo igricu što smo mi kupili.
Da.
Kupiš samo ovu igricu, ne mora da kupuješ ovo.
Ili fundaješ, šta?
Ne. Igricu koju igricu kupiš?
Nešto.
Sad će biti kućom.
Kaži.
Da izađemo, brate, da bi nam se pao neki bolji, jer ova ima 155 samo.
Matora!
Molim.
Ajde, evo ga Makić.
Aj sad.
Čekaj da 10 minuta samo bacim sandvič u usta.
Aj jebote, ja te pitam, li ti, a zovem čovjeka ti, a čekaj.
A mora jede nešto, brate, ili.
A što nisi jeo do sad jebote?
Brat sam pio kafu.
Nešto?
Halo?
Pa niko nam nije ni ubacio, to sam ja ubacio.
Tarkove.
Pa kažem ti da pokreneš opet jer nam ubacio lika od 155, to je mnogo slabo.
Pa to je Nešo. To je naš Nešo.
Spafa.
Neka ga.
Welcome to my channel. Azamrmayu. Welcome to my channel.
Snake, what do they see? Pain, suffering and misery.
Dosta došlo, a?
Šnaketa. Mislim da je Makić stigao. Bori se.
Idem da jedem, možda i kraljica Elizabeta pokojna da dođe, idem da jedem 10 minuta.
10, pokojna ti neće doći.
Vidiš da jebeš 10 minuta, dobre, Boris, dobre.
Koliko se može jebati za 10 minuta?
Ne bi igra to mora tog trenutka, ani malo ne dežuri.
Jebote, pa pitao sam.
Odmah sada, odmah.
Ti da jedem, prvo sam ti ovo što
Nešo Tarkove.
Deco moje, ko je s vama normalno ostao?
Moje si lud, bro.
Nenad kaže da je to najbolje što igrali.
Da,
A?
Ako si neka.
ja ti ne čujem ništa sad.
Nija ga ne čujem ništa.
Jesi došlo?
Da li me sad čuješ?
Jedva.
Jedva?
Da.
Čekaj da te pojačam na 200%.
Ne. Alo?
Ne,
Sad se čuješ.
A sad?
dolazi.
Sad je bolje.
Sad je bolje, jel?
Ja si na 200%.
Ne, pa nemoj to. Izaću ja iz Discorda, neki je problem.
Ma evo ga. Šta hoće da kaže čovjek? Zaš?
Ne, pa nemoj me pojačavat, zato što
A
Discord...
pojačao sam ti, nema veze.
Rekao da si izjavio da je Tankov jedna od boljih igara.
Tankov?
Pa on jesu dobra igra, ali...
Mnogo resetuju, brat.
HBDES. Welcome to my channel.
Da li neko na
And a
kanalu?
series of expansions that you pay for.
Zna
Sure,
bilo
forget about
koju
this
igru
brand new
da
game,
nema
Diablo 4. They're gonna
bugova,
work on the next
da
game,
nema
Diablo 5.
laga, da nema-
This series of
Vampire
events got a
Survivors.
lot of Diablo 4 fans unhappy, and it was bad timing because
You guys are right. This is a good
Hello?
video. This guy is hilarious.
O ja,
Jesi, Vampire Survivors.
Svaka igra ima neku boljku.
ta nema. LSD vampiri nemaju.
Pa, ako se nakupi jedno 100-200 neprijatelja na ekranu, počinješ da klipuješ kroz teren. Ali to je zapravo dobro zato što možda izađeš van mape gdje te ne mogu dovatiti.
Eto, makar čuo si.
Da, imaš tu opciju, ali... Jesi video samurajske fazone u ovome Hanšodan?
Ali
Makić.
nastavi nešto, Makiću.
Eno, stavio
Nisam
sam ti
gledao
ovaj,
to.
stavio sam ti link za to.
Stavi. Zolom.
Ubacili su novi, svako dobro, novi tret su ubacili. I možeš onako da uvučeš katanu kao korice. I onda kao ono, znaš, što je glupost. To ti je-
Čekaj,
to ti
gdje
je
je to?
ravno tek.
Ja ne vidim taj link.
O General Gaming stavi Ilija, brate, šta?
Aha, hoćeš opet da stavim, a?
Pa ne meni, nego Makiću, General Gaming
Opet da
stavi.
stavim Makić, jel?
Pa opet stavi Makiću, da ne traži čovjek.
Dobro.
Ako nećeš bre da igraš ti, reci nije ništa
Greda.
problem.
Evo, stavi je.
Ako završimo ovaj Battle Pass za Modern Warfare 3 za nekih nedelju dana...
A što mi kaže Milan? Šta sam rekao, nisam bio tu?
Ništa.
Pa ja sam rekao, ako nećeš da igraš iz nekog razloga, reci bre nije...
Išao
Kakav je ovo
sam,
i
da,
faks,
ako baš
brate,
mora daš.
stavim.
To ti je Cold Peacemaker. Ako si gledao Tombstone. Izgleda Tombstone sa onim Kurt Russellom i...
Sad ubacuju katane, hoće ubaciti i mace, buzdovan možda neki.
Hoće sigurno. Slušaj, Boris,
Tu je kovčeg ili...
katana ti je obećana kao DLC, znaš? Bio ti onaj DLC Shine Maiden, ja sam je bio uzao, ne zbog katane, nego zbog luka i strele. I pisalo ti je fino u opisu DLC-a da ta ženska ima mač. Da bi Crytek sam sebe pogazio i rekao, pa to je mnogo da se kodira, znaš, i na kraju nisu bacili taj mač. I onda su ih ljudi izviždali, ono.
Evo opet neka docevka.
Ne, drilling samo skraćeni, znaš, sviđa.
I sad ima i ova sa sekirom docevka.
To ti je drilling. Drilling hatchet.
Ja i dalje smatram da je sablja bolja.
Sabljezubi tigar. Ste tako zvali?
Sabertooth.
Ste tako zvali, Sabljezubi Milan.
Milanić ti ubaci katanu.
Ima isti move set kao sablja. Znaš, nije Crytek toliko vredan da napravi nove animacije. Ima vertikalni slash, ima vertikalni... Ne pričaj gluposti.
Šta je ovaj Shadow ubacuju još šta?
Moćeš da nađeš Shadow si imao i ranije. Moćeš da ga nađeš na mapi tipa 1-2% šanse da ga nađeš kad ubiješ Mikeda. Ili ovako po mapi slučajno. Shadow i cheat death, ali šansa ti je 2% drop rate. I kad pogineš, nemaš ga, razumeš, više. Znači jednom ti vrati lovci, to ti to, bez opreme.
Evo, ubacili su i ovo da se inspect oružja. A niko ne spominje engine da će da
Daleko si otišao ti, Makić.
nove mape, to ništa.
Engine nema potrebe da diraju, Engine je jedan od najboljih, treba da diraju.
Ne to, nego mislio sam, bit će Crytek, ali ne znam kako ono, 5.1 ili 1.5.
Samo update-ovan engine, upravo si.
A, to.
Da. Šta je, ko je reka? Snežni. Pa naravno da ne velja, vidiš kako igramo ping-pong po mapi. Ne kreće se, nego se teleportujem, važi. Teleportujem. Nego šim ima veze.
Sa serverima jebote, Gardi objasni čovjek.
Aha, a to nema veze.
Encodom ima veze.
Dobro, programer,
ajde,
važi,
igrati ili šta? Jel igramo ili šta?
Igramo.
Pa šta bilo, Magliću, će igramo u ovoj zemaljci?
Igrat ćemo kasnije.
Slušaj, da ti ja prevedem, hoćeš da ti ja prevedem, Nenad? Bilan će da pogine 2-3 meče, reće dosta je više, onda će Maki kaže, ajmo sad igramo i vrijeme. Hoćeš u par da skladiš? Ti znaš, ja znam, Maki zna.
I Milan zna, Elis.
I Milan zna da ne može on to da uradi.
Kratak $10,000 za 2-3 dana.
Boga mi i ja sam. A dobro, ja sve to malo igra sam.
A kad igra sa Milanom, ja sam ti rekao da si igra sa
Ne,
Milanom...
nosim sad samo socijalno loadout.
Romero i Cattle Conversion.
Gubiš KD, gubiš cash.
Gubiš KD?
Opa!
Ovo su već ozbiljne...
Optužbe.
Gardi!
Be, ja dok sam igrao s tobom Milana, ja sam stalno ubio KD. I pare. Već 101 nisam mogao da skupim nikad kad...
A čekaj, a kako sad to? A ja igram s tobom i meni raste KD, kako je to moguće?
Nenad mamči za tebe.
Da, mi mamčimo za tebe, da.
A,
I ti nikad neće da pomogneš timu kad tebe, pa makar i
on čuči u čosku, jeli?
A čekaj, a kad Milan prvi uleće glavom, bez obzira sa sabljom, međutim, onda se čuti, jel?
Ne ulećeš prvi, sa mnom nisi nikad uleteo prvi. Nikad nisi uleteo prvi.
Hilarious and completely right on topic.
It was right when the incredibly popular game Baldur's Gate
Dok te
3
ukenja kad igramo sa nekima koji su
design team got a lot of praise because they released a relatively complete game with no microtransactions.
I know, isn't that amazing? Like, a company releases a game that does not have microtransactions, that guess what, is ready to be launched. Look, it's not just D4 that does this, like early access games and all that. This one, that is half the reason people love this game. It was just pay the price, get the game, nothing else to it, good game, ready to go.
And the bear druids have a way different moveset than you would see in Diablo. No passive abilities.
All right.
And while we're on the subject, people were also leaving Diablo 4 so they could spend more time looking at, that's right, Path of Exile. This Diablo-like game has been around for a decade.
Yes.
And its 35th ladder season was getting more traction than Diablo 4's first ladder season.
True.
Basically, people's interest in D4 sharply declined, and the first ladder season didn't do much to save that. Some of this is just the ordinary life cycle of a game, but it was pretty clear that...
No, I don't even think this is the normal life cycle. Like, the first season of D4 should be larger than Path of Exile's, like, 89th season. It absolutely should have been. Season 1 had zero content. They added Malignant Hearts, and that was it. That is why the season was, like... Everyone was like, okay, D4 mid, but the seasons was safe. I mean, there was enough copium being, you know, smoked by everyone, myself included, by the way, that Season 1 was what everyone's hoping for. Then when they nerfed it right before it, and that's like, okay, deflated, but Season 1's gotta be good, right? Then Season 1 comes out, and Season 1 is like, basically kind of boring.
Diablo 4's team was not going to take
So
this
everyone
lightly.
to play
They
PoE.
said they'd never do a patch like this again. They pledged to be more transparent. They were able to let these two employees struggle in front of the world. And then they announced that for Season 2, they were going to make a lot of the changes that the players had asked for. I think at least that last one was a huge step in the right direction. And it was well received by the fans too. Basically, they made it faster to get around, faster to level up, they added more stuff to do, and they fixed some bugs. Like
Da,
this one,
Alien
where my
igra,
fellow
to uopšte
keyboard
nije
mouse
lagana
players
igra.
could not ride their horse full speed south, so I used to be able to
Ja
catch
sam
up to them
juče
on foot.
prvi put
I should not have
prvu
been able to
misiju
murder that
završio.
guy.
To su mi leteli
The game
neki
has come a
nabuđeni
long way,
likovi,
but I
svi mi
think
se
it still has some
pojavljivali neki
issues.
I love
bossovi.
this guy's
jebote.
editing. He's good at keeping the humor going. This is a very good
Ne,
video.
pojavljuje se kao neki
easily solved.
oklopni vojnik
Just because
u
I
belom
focus on
nekom
those in this
oklopu, brat,
video
s nekim
doesn't mean that the
automatom.
game is all bad. On the contrary, I've actually had a lot of fun, especially in the zones where you can fight other players.
Nije prva, brat.
You know, the D4 PvP is actually like kind of not that bad. I mean, I know it's unbalanced and there's not balancing the game around it. It's basically
Ugasim
in terms of development, but the PvP was actually like kind of fun. You know, I mean, it's a big open zone. We could use some, you know, queues and some PvP battlegrounds or something, but like there's something there for the PvP of D4. Like there's enough of a
A upalio sam ova stara kola malo da rade, brate, dopunio akumulator.
Usually with a giant hammer. So of course I want the game to succeed. But for a lot of people, it's too little, too late. Many argue that the new quality of life updates are really just basic issues that should have been worked out before the game was released. That's a hard one to argue against, but whether you love the game or hate it, here we are now, and we have the developers' attention. So here comes the big question. What can Diablo 4 do to get its fans back? I think it's simple, really. The game already has a lot of fun moments. They just need to trim down the stuff that gets in the way of having fun. Because the game is full of features that are made to slow you down and things that constantly require you to make boring trips to town, and then you're not allowed...
Is he doing a song? Is he going to do a full song here? And, alright.
The sprint there, when you're riding on a mount, turns out none of that is fun. The legendary powers can be scattered everywhere, but they quickly fill your stash until there's barely room to spare. Just let me
What is happening?
Let it sort them and compare. If I get 10,000 more with no support, then I might pull out my hair. You have no room in your stash because they couldn't add the tabs because it has to load the stash for nearby players in your map. So if you see a bunch of people, then you get a bunch of lag. But is that actually...
Alright, pause the video, subscribe. I'm gonna post this in the chat. Literally everyone has to go sub to this guy. This video is fucking fire. Are you kidding me?
A vidio sam, brate, mili, alo. Gdje gori, a gdje gori?
No way to filter out your items, so who knows how long it's been. Now you'd like to go and chant.
Moj super računar radi jedno 79 miliona operacija, što bi tvoj pao u nesvesti umro za sva vremena, jebote, ajde.
To si mi ti sredio KD zadnji put kad smo igrali. Ne znam kako nisi. Ali mi... Znam ja. Ne to ovaj MMR, ne KD, nego MMR. Zato što se mi moramo prilagoditi igranju do 5 metara. Pa zato što si ti poginut prvi i onda moramo da trčimo da bi te digli, eto to.
Tvoj domet je 5 metara, to je to.
Some people are.
Pa,
I'm talking
to
about
prođe, to je kocka.
I get that running out of space is a challenge.
APP,
A šta ako ne prođe?
Milan
APP, da.
Milan
Ako ne prođe.
Sad ćemo da ga zovemo
And they might be trying to sell season stash tabs if those surveys are real.
Great, I picked up some new
Please
content
no.
they added.
A penac?
Just put that.
Daj si penac.
APN, a?
You know what, why don't I just hang on to this? When there's all this new content competing for the same space, and when you're trying to save stuff and try out different builds, the challenge of choosing what to throw away is not fun. And with the character limit, there's really not enough room for meals either. I know this is being the game is just not coded well to support that in the open world. But I hope they figure it out, because running out of stash space is the opposite of fun.
I meni, ja generalno volim taj serijal Alien, tako da...
Stop you from running out of space. One thing that could save a lot of space
to ne.
is the legendary powers you can put on your gear.
Yeah, to be fair, I think they what mentioned on the...
Opisao si 99% šutera, hvala.
That can help.
Ideš i pucaš.
We really just need more.
If you're going to try out different builds, then these should not have to compete for stash space. The aspect tab is actually smaller than other tabs.
U kantu ideš i pucaš.
And they should simply let you store your assets.
Da, ali ne ide mi
It could
pucam
look like
ko
this.
lud.
So when you click on that legendary power,
Kad s oružjem mnogo sporija.
Yeah, that was great.
Za sad, za sad. Za sad.
their variable stats.
Zato što ne koristiš mauser. Jevi ga, zato ne pucaš ko lud.
Kind of already how the game looks.
Mauser.
I should tell you what your best one is without making you look.
I actually think they're going to do this, though, to be fair. Like, I think they're going to do this. They're going to put the aspects in the codex. It made sense. This was a recommendation. I think people were saying as early as the first season. I think the first person I heard this was Rack. Way back when it was back. That concept. And, I mean, it makes perfect sense to see one way at least deal with storage.
And to really make this work well, you need to be able to compare the legendary powers you find with the ones you have in storage. That way you can confidently know whether it's right then and there. V4 team, feel free to copy this. It's free advice. There are simpler ways to fix this, like updating the codex directly.
I mean, if you're having to load your stash every time you see literally everyone anyway, then they should already have access to that data so they can put that in the game, right?
Or having it copy the best legendaries you found. But if your codex can just print out perfect rolls, then the thousands of legendaries you find after that become almost meaningless. I don't want to have to think about every legendary like I do now, but I also don't want them to be worthless. And the way I showed you takes the hassle away without diminishing their value. Also, I would like to view the codex from anywhere, like it's the cloud. And you should be able to salvage aspects, right?
Garbi, uzmi ovoga
Honestly, you
robo.
should be able to salvage things no matter where you are. And that's why I'm pretty excited about this next idea. I think an incredible solution for itemization would be if we could get a little window to salvage our gear directly from our inventory. And maybe even let it extract aspects too, like anywhere. That way we don't have to waste our time in every single dungeon, going to town with a loading screen, running over to that guy, running over to this guy who gives me the creeps. I tested it, and I was spending almost 1/3 of my time going to town just to do chores. Some of that.
The annoying part about going to the town is when the gear drops, I look at the gear and I try to figure out what's the other does. And when I go back to town, I'm spending the same amount of time, like looking at the gear again to figure out, okay, which one of these was the one that might potentially be good. I'm spending too much time looking at gear that is too bad too often.
Time was spent sifting through loot. There are so many throwaway stats that it's like finding a useful item with 3 decent rolls, but you still have to look at every piece of equipment one by one in order to find it. That's why this game really needs a loot filter, something that filters out which items you can see based on a criteria you set. Here it is, I photoshopped it. For each piece of gear, it should really highlight the items that have at least 2 or 3 of the items. And it should let you filter by item. You should have control over the types of implicits or weapons, and you should have the ability to highlight the items that pass the filter test. And if they fail the filter test, you can gray them out or even hide them. In my example,
I mean, let's be honest. If we get a loot filter, it's going to be 1/10 of this. It's going to be like filter if you want legendaries to show up. Do you want yellows to show up? Like, it's not going to be anywhere near this. And if it was near this, like, it would be a phenomenal job. This is a very well-designed loot filter that we would all
Mark
want.
said,
all legendaries pass the
welcome
filter.
to my channel.
And you can choose which legendary powers you see. And it'll work on the items in your inventory too. So as you add more filters, you can easily tell what to hang on to. A loot filter would cut out like 90% of the time it takes me to do chores, and so would a portable salvage. And together, this would almost completely eliminate the most tedious and boring part of the game. I beg of you, Blizzard, please implement these ideas. Now, whenever you do finally find a good item, your next step is usually to re-roll the worst stats into a good one, aka enchanted. It can be frustrating because you only get 2 new options from a list of mostly filler
Hoćeš da smanjimo
for them to either give more than 2 new
On je levo od tebe, da?
And they need to see what these assets do. It would also be nice if we could tinker with the implicit stats. That's the one up here. They go back and forth on nerfing the implicit stats. So my here at high item level still only have 1 charge of evade.
That's a good point. Because the max evade charge is actually quite important, especially if you're trying to do without one-shotting it. Being able to fix the implicit would be a pretty big part. I like this call out as well. These are all phenomenal suggestions.
So you're just slowing me down there. Cool. Another problem I have with enchanting is it makes your items untradeable. The only items you are allowed to trade are not best in slot until you slap a legendary power on them, which makes them untradeable. And any sort of re-rolling or tinkering with the items also makes them untradeable. For that reason, Diablo 4's trading economy is basically dead. I think a better trading system could have kept players invested and interested much longer. I mean, if I had it my way, there would be no trading restrictions, Diablo 2
Yes.
but there are definitely fans who disagree with me on that
Ovo
one,
igra
for
zato
valid
što je
reasons,
najlakše
and the
da
game
se
runners don't
dešava
like it
misija
either,
za
because then
okvir.
you could just get all the best gear without
Da
really
dobijem
playing
5
the game.
hiljada u kešu.
But they could sort of appease both sides of this argument with two simple changes.
I think the reality is you can't trade legendary items and uniques, because if you could, the little bit of game that we have to
To
play in
solar,
the game is
šta?
already invalidated. So all you'd have to do is log into the game. You could very easily get someone just to hand you all the uniques and then be done and then be bored already. I think they want you to have to go out and do the Barshan and do the ice.
A ja
like, they
gađam
want
kroz
you to
ovo,
do
imam
the
foot.
things that they have in the game. It's like Paragon glyphs, right? If they wanted you to be max level already, then what they would do is they would make it where Paragon glyphs could be leveled with gold or something. They don't want that. They want you to have to actually do the things that they have to offer in the game. So they're not going to allow you to trade.
First off, if you've completed this dungeon and I've completed this dungeon, then we both have unlocked this power. Why not let us trade stuff that has that power? Honestly, who is that hurting? And if it's one of those sneaky powers that cannot be farmed from a dungeon, they could gatekeep the trading for those based on your level or world. And if we have to make an item untradeable when we tinker with it, let us have a way to restore that item to its default settings so that we can trade it again.
That's fine, but I think there's like weighted drops. For instance, like exposed flesh for the necromancer.
Evo ti ga tu, vidiš u tranjemu, evo.
For the druids, another one. Shockwave aspect. Like there's certain aspects that seem like they are way harder to acquire, and I think they're in there on purpose as chase items. So it's like, oh, you want this aspect? Go play the game. And again, when they have trading go in, and there's also the point of like gold actually basically doesn't really have much value, because gold itself is only used for enchanting at the moment. There's no real gold sinks in the game, so gold's getting hyper-inflated as well. So they would need to actually balance the economy a little bit. Maybe you could start bartering items for items or something like that. Like, hey, I have a perfect item I'll give you for your Uber Durio mats, etc. I would get that argument. But again, I think part of the reason they're kind of limiting trading is so that the game is inflated with as much content as you possibly can get. If you want the shockwave aspect, well, you're going to have to play our game for longer to go through. And I'm not really sure that that's entirely a bad thing, to be honest. I think I can go both ways on this, but I understand their argument for why they want to be able to trade things, etc.
Just don't make it go untradeable in the first place. I think a vast majority of people would appreciate if they just relax the trading restrictions a little. I have so much I want to say about trading economies that grow inside video games, and how those economies interact with real money. I'm giving this topic its own video, and its own show too. Maybe you're paid to win, and I'm paid to win. And so is the society that we're all living in. Okay, I'm not going to spoil the whole thing. But for now, let's zoom out from that, and talk about zooming out from this. I'm pretty sure D4 is the most zoomed in a Diablo game has ever been, and there's no option to back up a little bit. But if they do finally let us zoom out a little bit more, we're gonna really need custom zoom settings that we can flip to quickly from the wheel. Like if I'm way zoomed out, but then I get into a close range fight, I don't want to have to manually zoom in. I'll die if I do that. But if I have a preset zoom on this wheel, then I can quickly handle it in the middle of combat. The zooming problem is by enemies that can hit you off screen with no warning. End by the horse. It'd be nice to be.
I think zooming out will be awesome. I don't think they're going to do it. I think the whole game's like environment is built around exactly what the camera's zoom maximum length is, and I bet we would run into probably some technical issues if they started zooming out everything all of the time. I would much prefer that there's the zoom out option like there is with Uber Lilith. Sometimes Uber Lilith glitches and you're zoomed out even more than you should be, you know, for longer, and that's really cool looking, and it makes the game more fun to play. But I doubt the game.
Ja sam bio gore već, nema gdje da stanem, brate, ali ne, ti ne vidiš da sam gore.
Penio sam se kad sam ja već krenuo da
like the top of the mountain, and it's gonna throw off the skeletons, etc. I would guess that the reason they haven't made zoom out more of an option is for this very reason. For the design of the world and the way it kind of looks in the scale of things. That being said, obviously I want the zoom out option.
They actually made the horses a lot better in Season 2. I just don't know why they can't sprint our town. Is there a school zone, or... Anyway, I think they made the game more fun by making the horse less challenging, but some kinds of things could be more fun if they're more challenging. For example, all the stuff you can do in the open world becomes obsolete in the late game because you cannot get an optimal amount of experience. Currently, you get the biggest experience multiplier from monsters that are 10 levels higher than you. They just made it so most areas scale to exactly your level, and some places are your level plus 3. But eventually, none of the places are 10 levels higher, except for Nightmare Dungeons. Like I said earlier, you could solve this problem with so many other buttons if you had a consumable that just made it so every monster is at least 10 levels higher than you. Then you would get the maximum experience no matter where you are. Your loot would be better, and the game would be more
This guy's
challenging.
full of good ideas.
When monsters scale with your level, leveling up actually makes you relatively weaker.
Vladimire,
It's
kako
a good
flik?
skill point or paragon points to deal with it. Personally, I like that. It keeps the game challenging. But
Vlado,
some people
kako
hate it
flik?
because it basically robs them of feeling how powerful they've actually become. I don't want to take that feeling from me. I think we should be able to choose between scaling or fixed, and we should be able to have it scale in a way that gives us optimal experience.
I mean, sort of like mapping in Path of Exile, right? You get more options on what kind of monsters you're going to be facing. I like the idea of consumables or being able to
Meni je
modify the
apsolutno
world you're going to
drago
fight
što
in.
si
These
ti
are great
pobio
ideas.
te
They're
tamo.
done in other RPGs and they work.
Basically, take this pill and you can make the open world much more useful. That would include Helltides. Helltides are honestly
Pa nije u redu,
your slave
nije u
demons
redu,
that open
ostavljaš
treasure
Nenada
chests.
da igra sam.
Clearly, Helltides should be
Slike
good to target farming pieces of gear that you need, but they're not because you have to get close to each chest just for them to show up in the map. The labels are a third-party website to figure out where the mystery chest is, and there's no need for it to be a hassle like that. Just put all Helltide chests on the map, even the mystery ones, and see what they specifically are, no matter where you are in the open world. That's a super easy change. It would make Helltides a lot better. So next we have the Tree of Whispers.
Oj, malo pre.
I actually really like the Tree of Whispers.
They recently made this thing pump out golden experience, and it gives you stuff you need to fight Uber Durio, but it would be nice if you could use it to target farm. It could be great
Tamo
for
ti
target farming if you
Rotjana
get
prvo
one of three
ubij,
random
ne.
options, or if certain bounties guaranteed that certain types of gear would show up in the options, or give you a small
Go.
shot at getting a unique. It should probably do all those things, because it could be awesome
Tu
for
ubiješ
target farming.
Rotjana.
They did add an enchanter to the Tree of Whispers waypoint, which pretty much made it the most efficient place to clear your inventory between
Milane
runs.
dušo.
I liked Rax's idea to add a jeweler to this area too. Just make it a complete one-stop shop, and add a keybind to the emote wheel to teleport you straight to this waypoint. Great stuff. Obviously, there would not be such a huge burden to make this area efficient if you could just salvage and filter your loot anywhere, or if you could...
Yeah, the loot filters would deal with a lot of this. I don't know if you can buff the Tree of Whispers.
Vidi, ja mogu nađi odmah escape ili mission, tako da...
One of the more enjoyable parts of the game,
problem.
encourages you to the overworld and do random bits of content. But if you continue to buff the Tree of Whispers more and more and more and more and more, and especially if you can target farm things, like it kind of removes what part of the Tree of Whispers is, which is to get you the materials to do Farshan, to get you the materials to do the other boss. Like they really want you to target farm each specific boss, which I'm okay with their plan to target farm each boss. Like if you want to they'll kill that one, etc. The Tree of Whispers feels to me like decently rewarding at the moment. I'd take some buffs for it. The items that you drop, I think by the time you're level 100, they should be like 925s or something. Like you should be actually guaranteed some better gear. And the chance of you unique, I agree with them on that point. But it would be pretty hard to make the Tree of Whispers like continually buff. I think there is an argument to be made. Maybe we could add some Paragon Glyph XP. So you do the Tree of Whispers, and whatever your Nightmare tier, Dungeon tier you're on, you get like half of that XP of the Sigil level that would drop or something. You know how the Sigil level drops whatever the highest one is? You could do some Paragon Glyph leveling XP because you're still going to need to run the Nightmare Dungeons if you want to get them all the way.
Hoćemo li opet u prvi test iz trku?
I think you gotta be kind of careful with target farming the items though, or else it invalidates the other content. It's just like
You have your aspects and store them from anywhere. A lot of these problems are not the way to tackle their root cause. And that's the whole point of this video, to show you simple changes that will make things immensely better, and to show you exactly how they can work. I mostly went over the big low-hanging fruit, but I have so many other things I want to talk about, like end-game content, PvP, making this stat useful, and many other great suggestions from the fans. And I have a graph that lays out a theory that just
Na
might fix
15 je ovaj
For a hint, it's
prohodin.
kind of a remix of an Asmongold talking point.
Diablo, people have been, it is not good.
Diablo, people have been, like what you know it is not good. No, not that talking point. I'm talking about this one. I'm gonna cover all that in the next video. I'm just trying to wrap up this one before you get another ad. I never turned on ads, but that doesn't stop them from interrupting me mid-sentence to plop in ads whenever they want. And lately they've been plopping a lot. So there's a non-zero amount of... Oh, come on. So there's a non-zero amount of money that's being made off of my hard work, and I don't get any of it because I'm trying to keep the filler and the ads away from you, my noble viewer. But now the ads aren't keeping away. It's why I disappeared for a while. But I'm back, and with this video, I'm not going to turn on ads, but I will turn on the super thanks button if you want to support me. Wanted to be upfront about that because it technically is monetizing, but I don't think it gives any money. And back to the point of this video, please let me know the changes you want to see in Diablo 4, and you might get featured in part 2 of this video if you comment using your your actual face, then I might make you look like Batman to protect your identity. So spread the word. The more engagement this video gets, the more likely it will be seen by someone who can actually improve the game. Okay, bye.
That is a absolutely fantastic video. Subscribe to him, send him a like. I'm gonna post this in the chat too. Like, you guys should sub to this guy. That was a good video. I mean, all the way through this part right here, where he had the
to get its fans.
His part.
I think it's simple, really. The
This
game
is
already
bronze.
has
This part was fantastic.
power can be scattered everywhere. To quickly fill your stash until there's barely room to spare, just let me store them in.
This is great. This is probably my
Aha,
favorite
neko
video I've seen in
emulatora.
a long time. Probably the best D4 video I've seen since the launch of the game, to be quite honest with you. That's a 10 out of 10. Absolutely 10 out of 10. This guy should be proud of that video.
Levo se čuo od nas.
Tu nam je i rođan negdje, a? Ko da ga čujem u vodi negdje. Ja samo kažem, tu nam je i rođan negdje.
Nije više.
Kažeš da ti
Ljudi.
bijel.
Gore. Gotovi smo ovdje, gardi.
U kući, a?
Ma evo ih tu kod planine čovek, iznad mene.
A u toj kućici kažem.
A u toj kući, kažem ja.
Hitovan ti ovaj. Pa jebem ti materi tebi! I streli i pički materini! I jebem ti sve da ti
Pa
jebem!
ne znam, da ti zabode strelu sa metalnim vrhom u grudni koš i mislim da bi umro.
Pa, dvojica me strelama gađaju koji me raskrvaruju. Jedan iza, jedan napred, u kurac.
That marked transport is loaded with Terminus weapons. Take it. Get it to exfil.
Let's get that door open sharpish. That LTV ain't gonna steal itself.
I'm driving.
Watch the sky. There's an helicopter on your tail.
Ne znam.
Jes.
Ima onu strelu, da.
Znam da je živio.
Let's move.
HBDES. Welcome to my channel.
So you don't want first pick of Terminus's latest shipment?
Ne, da zatvorim program. Ovo ti mene ubi.
očekivao da neće. Ne znam kako ti kurac počinje uopće da igraš. A, dobro, onda nema više ni me zoveš nikada igraj sa tvojim debilima, ovim, kako se zove, randomima i nemoj da me zoveš.
Momci, ne više.
Ebo te zoveš i dve i odeš ko pička je.
Sam ti rekao, Makiću, 3 meča, kraj. 2! Rekord. I sad možda igraš ako hoćeš s momcima elit fighting. Viš? Viš kako znam? Prolog da me zove.
Žurim da pojedem 2 sandviča ko trpan krmača u usta da bi seo da on ne bi bio nervozan. Kurac je. Kakav retard, ne verujem.
Vidi, kao mali sve mu se udovoljavalo, znaš. I ta moda bi trebalo da prestane u nekom trenutku, ali nikomu to nije rekao. Da ne može uvijek da bude sve po tvom. To ti to.
I have visual on an enemy stronghold.
Gde je Vlad? Aj, gde su pobegli?
Učno posao, Vlad.
Na posao?
A, rođendan je otišao.
Kako zabavati?
Ja sam razumio da ide da radi.
Či pa koji dan, subota? Kako će raditi danas?
Ne radi bre on.
Zezaš?
Ne radi subota.
Ko radi? Trezor banka, Trezori Srbije rade subotom i nedeljom. Nije ne. Boris, ja kao pomoćni radnik u fabrici za preradu testa, tako, fabrici tortilje, imam startnu platu 60.000 otprilike. Pomoćni radnik, nisam operator 1, 2, pomoćni radnik. Znači da mi kažeš da neko ko radi u Trezoru Srbije ima platu manju od mene?
Da, ima platu.
Nebitno, ima svoju platu.
110.000, evo ja.
Ma u redu je, ne tražimo niko novac, smo tražio pare. Ja nisam, ne treba.
Ne, ali ne znam što se stalno pravda, te 45, pa onda prelazimo 48, pa 57, pa 65, pa 80.
Jer stvarno želiš neko ko barata s novcem svaki dan, razumeš, državnim, da je malo plaćen, da te potkrade. Naravno da ne želiš to. Ja govorim.
Ne to, nego ih je bre i Vučić napunio sad zadnjih godina. Kažem ti bre, komšija mesar, evo je preko veze uleteo u Trezor. Najobičniji službenik, prva 3 meseca dok nije dobio za stalno imao 85, posle toga 108 platu, čim je mu to pizdino pravo. I ja ga pitam, rekao, je moguće da tamo negde u Pizdincima, u Požarevcu ima 45.000 platu, radi u Trezoru? Ne, svi imamo isto na Republiku. To mi je rekao. Bukvalno svi.
I'm reloading.
Rekao sam, nikom ovdje na kanalu nije tražio ni novac, ništa. Razumeš, uredio.
A ne, nije mu niko tražio novac, nego sam ga ja drko što kupuje sve gledao. 100 dinara i nije sve drko, pa je onda on krenuo da se pravda plati. Pa mi onda mi podjebo živac, pa sam ja krenuo da ga drkam. Da lazi da plati. A, znaš ti ko je to? Baš to razmišljanje, a preračuni bili za procesor. 17 puta me uzmi 2 dana ovog procesora. Brate, uzmi, kupi procesor više jebote. Znači, ako ćeš ga kupi. Sad ako meni dune, ko kumu što je duno, ako mi dune kupim PlayStation 5, otiću Gigatron i kupit ću ga jebote. Neću čekam sutra da gledam drugu cenu, otiću da ga kupim, zato što mi je Gigatron 100 metara od mene.
Vidi.
Montaž.
Ako nemam troškove, imam neki luft, uvek ću da uzem ono što mi se uzima. Neću da pravim neke kompromise.
A za 3-4 hiljade da uzmem i da čekam 7 dana da mi stigne nešto, to mi boli kurac.
Ja sam rekao čovjeku da mu ne treba adapter za M2 disk. Razumeš? Ne treba ti adapter za M2 disk, samo ti treba ploča nova od 50 evra, razumeš, sa garancijom i staviš na nju film i novi procesor i razumeš.
I on ploču kad je kupio je B450 polovnu, kao super cena, nešto ovo, ono, ja mu izbacim cenovnik iz Kimteka 550-ka nova. 300 dinara skuplja, jebote, 3 godine garancije. Ja ne znam kako se gledaš.
Jasi.
I plus što na 550 može da stavi seriju 5 Ryzena i da ima onaj PBO2 uključen.
Kontam.
We need every advantage.
Stay frosty, people. HVT is nearby.
Neke uštede su u redu, a neke su gluposti.
Cluster mine deployed.
Jedino te prati cene, te u 200-300 dinara, to su mi faksi super verno, što mi jedan i drugi pored. Pazarim svaki dan, onda na mesečnom nivou mogu i 20.000 da spičem sa strane, da uštedim. To priznajem da gledam. Znači uvek ću cene na sajtu pre nego što odem. Kontaš?
Let's move. Work machine available.
I did it my way.
Cyber Punch.
Cyber Punch.
Ja ne mogu da startujem Cyber Punch jer je Nenad otišao da spava i ostavio uključen Fireteam Elite. Jebem ga. Bem ga u guzičku. Cyber Punch.
Cyber Punch.
Punch. Nenad sve zvoni.
Target area marked. You're cleared hot.
Phoenix 2-3 visual on the target. Strike inbound. Good effect on target.
Hey, okay. Welcome to my channel.
Ammo depot here. Weapon stash contract here. Got a tacker over here.
If Baldur's Gate doesn't win, I'm rioting. Baldur's Gate 3 is absolutely going to win, guys. It's not even a question.
The lads are reporting some strange activity in the garage. Seems the vehicles have...
So we had a game. Come out yesterday. It was called The Day Before. So the day before today, the day before came out, and I think really the picture right here goes to show the way that people feel about the game. There it is. And so if you look closely, this is every single person who paid $40 to play it. So the day before gameplay, and we're gonna go ahead and look right now. So if you go back and you look at the official gameplay trailer, it shows like you moving around with other people, and you can like go into houses and like do this stuff. Like, look at this. This was like totally different. Like, remember this? Like, it was like supposed to be like an MMO. This is like what they call it, right? A new open world MMO set in a deadly post-pandemic America overrun by people that didn't take the vaccine, maybe people who did. And you can see right here, I think the only reason why people like this trailer is because the girl in the trailer had a big ass. That's literally it. Nobody else had anything to say about this. This was like absolute garbage. And anyway, but it still somehow looked better than what we got. So I played this game yesterday, and this is about how I felt too. So let's go ahead and look at what the Reddit is, and we'll see what people have to say about this game. Number one, delist this game from Steam. Report as fraud. Oh my god. And this person actually put a comment. This game was advertised as an MMO survival and is not in any way, shape, or form an MMO. Please delist this game. Please do not say the game is a scam. Please do not say we used the $300 asset map from Unreal Engine and then only a few things for launch. Please do not say that we exclaim very specific things which are true but want people to refrain from recognizing. Thanks for volunteer. I don't own it, but I'll do my part. People who defend this game and its devs are defending encouraging scammers. You are a scammer by association. Just done my part. Thank you for reminding. Natural selection. I'm doing the same thing. Jesus, man.
They are
5
leaving.
years in
We
development.
wait here.
Really? Because I thought the day before was referring to whenever they started making the game. Yeah, I thought they made it like the day before it came out.
Hoće da idu na drugi
You know,
bounty,
now we're
a
playing it.
ljudi samo...
I don't know. I mean, 5 years in development. City map. Wait, there's a city map for Unreal Engine. Wait a second.
Don't be killed.
Ono ne mlađe dete, znaš?
Guys? Guys, seems to me like after the trademark debacle, they scrambled to throw something together so it didn't look like it was an entire clown show. It was a scam from the start. No surprise. The game they had no game, and the volunteers basically threw some assets together and put it into early access. Scam-tastic. It's pretty telling that it was an asset flip to begin with. But these days, with YouTuber and streamer hype, sadly, it's a scam people fall for a lot. Ridiculous return on investment. True. Now this is what they said. Please don't accuse us of scamming. That is not true. We didn't take a penny from anyone. Well, they did. I gave them 40 pennies. Or 4,000 or 40,000. I don't know how many pennies. It was $40. Please don't accuse us of an asset flip. That's all still not true. Our team works day and night for 5 years to make our dream game a reality. So is this the rest of the game then? Wait, what's...
Have eyes on delivered cargo contract.
Oh god. Here's the thing with this game, right? Is that... Well, I actually made a tweet commenting about the game. You guys can see the tweet. Where is it? Fucking replies. There it is. It's just not very good. It's just not very good. And I think a lot of people are starting to realize this and are very upset. The Division at home, it's not even the Division at home. Game so bad it got community noted on Twitter. Jesus. Removing tags from Steam that showed it as being an open world survival MMO. Yes, this game is and was a scam. A loss for words. Alright.
No.
Oh, this is sad.
All
Alright. Wait. We have to make sure we're doing this the right way.
Možeš da ih linkuješ, nisu povezani da ti treba jedan, možeš da povežeš naloge, to stoji. Ja sam povezao GOG nalog i Steam nalog da bi mogo da claimujem igre sa Steama na GOG-u. Da bi imao DRM free, znaš.
I don't know if sad is the right word to use, but I am sad. I am sad and disappointed and let down. I will never support Fantastic in any capacity moving forward. I hope we all someday can enjoy a game that delivers what the day before couldn't. Jesus. I always like seeing a person who gets a reality check like this. I really love to see it because... And I also really appreciate it because, like, this guy is like... I was a fucking idiot, and now I see the truth. I was blind once, but now I can see.
Kako ne
You gotta respect him, yeah, bro. This guy... It's sad. Lesson learned, yeah. Stop defending shit that's bad. Stop defending it because you want it to be good. Wanting it to be good doesn't make it good. Live in reality. By European law, you cannot sell a game without a release date. I don't know what this is. Another example, Squadron 42, which has no release date for almost 10 years. Oh no, that game's gonna be totally different. That's gonna be super good. Right? It's gonna be totally like amazing good. But you know, this is different, right? This together, sure, never lie to yourself. Yeah, there you go. The people having fun and not refunding are literally the reason why games like this get away with it too. Standards are so low that it's sickening. So many people have lost their minds. So many defending this crap game and blaming those who are calling it out on all the shady bullshit for being negative and being just for the sake of being negative. I heard it all day yesterday. It's only early access. What did you expect? Haters gonna hate. It's your fault that you had expectations. It goes on and on. Either fantastic higher damage control shields to go to plant the ideas, or people must be hitting the Kool-Aid hard. Let me explain why this happens, okay? Here's why it happens. The people that are defending it, it's already lost 2/3 of its player base in one day. Already gone down by over half. So, here's the reason why. It's because they spent $40. They spent $40 on the game, and there are people who are willing to eat a plate full of shit because at first glance they thought maybe it was chocolate. And they would rather sit there and eat the entire plate of shit than admit that maybe their first impression was wrong. That's the reason why. It's because they don't want to admit that they're wrong, and they're living in delusion because they don't want to come to they don't want to acknowledge that they're stupid. Because anybody could have seen this game was probably going to be bad, right? Like, I was optimistic. Yeah, sure. It's like, I really hope it's going to be good, guys. But everybody knew it was going to be dog shit. Let's be honest. We all knew this. So it's just like, it is what it is. It's sunk cost fallacy. It is, exactly. Yeah, this shit is so good. The writing was all over the wall. Delulu? Yeah, this is a Delulu situation. And don't like complaining. I don't like comparing this garbage to Star Citizen. Yeah, Star Citizen, at least they didn't have the audacity to release something that was bad, right? The Brothers Before Scam. I don't know what that is. So these are the two guys that made the game. Are you dumb enough to fall for this scam? It's entirely your fault. Any basic research on the company would show that they only make scams or abandon their crap games after release. Nah, bro, like, I don't get, I hate this mindset. Like, do you really think somebody's gonna research a company to play a video game? Get the fuck out of here. Nobody's gonna do that. Like, let's be honest. Like, it's not somebody's fault that they look at a game that's advertised in one way, and then they think, wow, it must be the way it's advertised. Like, no, that's not their fault. Like, I mean, yes, obviously you should be more discerning. You should try to look things up. But, guys, I mean, you can't, like, these are people that have, like, real lives. Do you think they have time to just, like, go and research and cross-reference the development history of a company before they buy a $40 game? No, they don't have that fucking time, man. Like, this is a, like, you have no respect for your time. You don't even understand that. Yeah, Spirit TV had it from the beginning. Well, yeah. Can we calculate how many sales and profit were made? Sure, yeah. Let's see. So, if we assume that 38,000 was the peak of players, and then there are 11,000 now, let's add both of these numbers together and just double them. I think that would kind of make sense. So, like, we'll assume, like, actually, let's triple them. So that would be basically 50,000. And if you say 50,000 people were playing the game, and 150,000 people bought the game, and then the game was $40, so 150,000, that's $600,000, or sorry, $6 million. Yeah, $6 million. And then you assume Steam takes 30% of that. So then you've got, let's see here, 30%. Is it 30% actually that Steam takes? Is it 20%? I don't remember which one it is. Yeah, the Steam cut. Yeah, 4.5. Is it 30? Okay, yeah, so it's 30%. So basically, we're talking about, like, let's see, that's about 1/3 of it. So somewhere around like $4.2 million that they made out of this game. Incorrect take, it's cheaper in other countries. Okay, let's assume that they made, let's assume that like 1/3 of those sales were made in other countries where the game is half the price. Okay, so then you would take 2 million, right, which would be 1/3, and then you would make it 1 million. So then they would make $3.2 million. And actually it would be a little bit more because of the percentage that Steam would take, because it would, the percentage was the same. So it'd be actually more like 3.4 million. So yeah, shit eater gamers so brain dead. Yep, you're wrong. This game is an investment. We get another No Man's Sky. I believe, just wait, plebs, you'll be crawling back to play. And I'll have been grinding every day so I can dunk on all of you. Yep. That's right. You'll be right. The game I do is completely the same, also a scam. The genre is also unsaturated, battle royale. There aren't really a lot of survival games besides like Tarkov that are super popular. That's why Dark and Darker popped off so hard. There's only 30k players, 30k online. Yeah, I mean, any way you cut this, they made millions of dollars. Okay. Yeah, they absolutely made millions of dollars. There's been devs that did Prop Night, and those are the only one needed. Yeah, I don't know. Critical bug fixes and content could be pretty good, honestly. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, like, I don't want to see this game be that. I don't. Uh-oh. The day before is real, but lied about everything else. Jesus. It turns out the day before is a real game, technically. It did in fact release yesterday, hitting Steam for $40, and 500,000 people were watching streams of it, which included huge name creators giving a shot. Uh-oh. There's what the game actually looks and plays like, infinitely worse and smaller scale than any of its past, more polished trailers suggested. It looks terrible, and is almost an entirely empty cityscape where you're lucky if you run into more than a few zombies at a time. Also, it's a zombie game without melee combat. Incredible. It's full of absolutely absurd bugs that are honestly probably the best thing about it. I've been dying watching clips from the game that include some of the goofiest bugs I've seen all year. Let's see this one.
Martin LZ for extraction.
What? Is that Rykard from Elden Ring? Oh.
That's a dog. You reckon I could shoot him in the head?
Right team, request immediate airlift out of EZ.
Locate and recover Dr. Jansen. No diversions. What's going on? Coming up in your AO. Stand by for
Oh my god, how is this game so bad? What is this? What the fuck is this? This is crazy. And I love the alarm is going off in the background the whole time. No one is reacting kindly to this. Streamers are positively roasting the game and will not play it once the terribleness of it stops being funny. Steam reviews have immediately nosedived into overwhelmingly negative for a game that would dare to charge $40 for this mess. So no, the day before was not a scam in the sense that it did not exist, but it is a scam in the sense that it did not even remotely deliver on anything it said it would, and did not, and did so in such an unpolished package that was almost unplayable and only worth booting up for the memes. Another cautionary tale. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Did they say that it looks graphically bad? I think the graphics for the game are fine. I hope this is a big wake-up call for Steam. No? I think what Steam should do is that for games like this that were clearly marketed in a bad way, they should just extend the refund window to be 90 days. That's what they should do. I don't want Steam to be taking games off of the off of Steam unless it's like super egregious. Like, and this one, to be fair, is close, but I don't even think this one is like super egregious to the point to where it should be taken completely off of Steam. I think that they should just give 90 days for a refund. You want your fucking money back for this dog shit, click this button, and you get your fucking money back. That's what I think they should do. Yeah, what about the, after you play 3 hours, you can't refund? Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Is they should let people refund even after that. Just 90 days no matter what. Yeah. Pouring crap, not remove worthy? Yeah, exactly. Just too bad for them to do politics. Yeah, I think that's just all they should do. Steam won't care as long as they get the 30%. Why should they? Well, they do care. Steam obviously cares. Like, I bet if you asked Gavin what he thinks about this, he'd say this is absolute bullshit. Like, it's just that it's a massive fucking company, and it's hard to do this and, like, not create like a standard or a precedent that could be bad in the future. Like, nobody thinks this is good. It's not as advertised, yeah. But I don't know if you can really make that argument. I actually don't, because, like, what does an MMO mean? I don't... I think that ultimately... Like, let's get out, like, false advertising out of the way. The game's fucking garbage. And everybody's disappointed. Everybody thought it was going to be one thing, and it's something totally different. That's really what it comes down to. So, if that's what it comes down to, then what the fuck are we doing talking about anything else? That's what I think. Palia is considered an MMO now? Yeah. Monster Hunter World is considered an MMO? Yeah. It's such a broad term that I don't think you can really, like, narrow down and, like, you know, dig down in the false advertising accusation. I'm no way defending this game, but it's amazing how delusional people are, like yourself, OP. I'm not trying to be mean or anything at all. But for real, Cyberpunk 2077 will have way more refunds on Steam than this game will ever sell. And all Steam did was say, okay, cool, and refund it. Yeah, that's what they should do. Because I don't think that Steam should be making decisions. I think Steam should be allowing the customer to make decisions that empower the customer. Does that make sense? That's where I'm at. That's what I think. Let's see here. See Ashenvale PvP updates and SOD? Yeah, I'm just not really that interested. I don't really give a shit. Yeah. Steam will refund if enough people are persistent. Yeah, absolutely. Steam is refunding this game if the support ticket is made. Yep. I'll read a couple more, then I want to talk about some other stuff. The pay. Jesus. Wow. Makes fair sense. Why remove a game when you can just let people decide for themselves? Yeah, 100%. For a zombie game, the zombies aren't that threatening. They say he got a broken arm. Is that the zombie? Bro, quit running. He's trying to hit you, man. Bro, he's trying to hit you. Stop running. Bro, you can't just run around him like that, man. What are you doing? Bro, imagine how they feel right now. You're not even trying to play the game. What are you doing speed running the game for, man? Come on. He's too fast. This is not fair. I mean, bro. You can't expect them to be able to figure this out. You know what this video is missing? It's missing an alarm. Yeah, we really need to get an alarm going on here. Oh wow, that's a lot of them. This is pretty, I mean, this is really bad. I mean, guys, this is fuck. I mean, look. Oh, it hit him. Oh, now you're bleeding. You're gonna die now. Oh, he hit him. God, this is fucking embarrassing. Melee is being considered in a zombie game. Anyone else not believe that more than one person worked on this game? I don't know what to say, guys. I'm praying, don't let me down. Refunded it yet? Yep. Oh man, that's sad. The day before, yeah, it's the day before development of the game begins. Yeah, exactly. And guys, I really got to say, this is fucking embarrassing. It really is. It is fucking sad. I really hope that obviously they'll be able to fix the game, and you know, because it would be nice if the game was better. But at this point, I really don't know if it's gonna happen. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't know.
MXRKSY. Welcome to my channel.
Oh. That's,
Well, you got here quicker than expected. I still need a minute or two. I'm in the middle of erasing my research from the Terminus database. You don't tell me exactly yet, but it's even a threat. You might as well handle the nuke.
I can't lock her out. This isn't the sort of dog you can just walk away from. Your new friends are only making this worse for you. Operation Deadbolt, then arrival.
Still can't believe I fell for Zakhaev's bullshit. Extra-dimensional energy research. My ass. I handed a psychopath the keys to the apocalypse.
Life support incoming.
Garanjem.
Hostile.
What is it you think you have accomplished, John? This little speed bump of yours? It won't slow us down for long. You and your Deadbolt allies will still pay with your lives.
All right, speed bumps. Let's get the hell out of here.
Extraction team to the helipad. We're 3 ways out.
Anyway, I can handle myself. Come on.
All stations, protect Dr. Jensen. We need her alive.
Don't look so surprised. My parents were ex-national intelligence. Taught me to protect myself.
Multiple enemies on approach. Weapons free at all threats.
Buy station right here. This should level the playing field. Sentry deployed. Sentry gun deployed. Sentry deployed. Sentry gun deployed. Sentry deployed. We need every advantage.
Of course.
Sentry gun deployed. Untangled thrust. Get one neutralized.
PO2 crossbow gameplay and WASD movement. What's this? Mercenary gameplay walkthrough. Let me see this. Is that Jason Statham? Okay. That's cool. Alright. Nice. Looks good.
This is like that difference is the crossbow. The crossbow is fundamentally different than a regular bow because it fires instantly instead of needing to be drawn back.
Yeah.
This means that you get immediate feedback. Clicking the fire button makes the character shoot instantly, just like in a shoot.
Yeah,
As soon as we experience that, we realize that there are a lot of design lessons to learn from shooters, so you fully embrace them.
I think, like, really, one thing I hope PoE 2 does is they make it to where the entire gameplay isn't using one ability. Because in PoE 1, most of everything you do is spamming the same one ability. It seems like they're doing that.
Crossbow's the world. Sniper rifle, shotgun,
okay.
and assault rifle.
What the Oh, wow. What the? Oh, wow.
But in order to really get shooter-like gameplay, we wanted to go further. In Path of Exile 2, we now support WASD
Holy shit.
movement. You can now walk around in any direction independent of aim.
Thank you. Yes. Finally. There's WASD. Yes, look at that. You can actually do it. Wow, what a fucking surprise. I knew it was possible.
In fact, this is your preferred method of gameplay. You can use it on any class, regardless of what weapon type you're using.
Oh my god, there it is.
Click the move.
Holy shit.
WASD at any time.
Wow.
You can only hold 2 crossbows at a time, but Path of Exile 2 is all about interesting combinations of abilities.
This is amazing, dude. I'm so happy about this, man. I'm gonna be honest. I am so fucking happy.
They're ammo sticks. This is a burst shot crossbow.
That shit's
And
good.
Right
Yeah,
now,
it
I
does.
have armor-piercing ammo equipped, which makes it very effective when facing a group of enemies, since it pierces right through them.
Yeah, sure.
But there are other ammos too. For a bigger single target, it might be a good idea to switch to Incendiary.
Oh, wow.
The more projectiles hit the target, the stronger the ignite. So you want to get up nice, close and personal with this one.
Oh,
If you have a bunch of targets
good
running at
boss
you,
area.
you might want to slow them down. In this
Yeah.
case, you could switch to Permafrost Burst Shot.
Oh,
Shooting a
wow.
bunch of smaller enemies at range will chill them, potentially even freeze them in place.
Damn. This looks really good.
Once you have some frozen enemies though, you can switch back to Armor Piercing. Shooting a frozen enemy with Armor Piercing Burst Shot will explode the ice, doing a huge amount of damage to all of their enemies.
Right. This looks really good, man.
Another feature crossbows have is attachments. This is a
What's
grenade
this?
launcher. As you can see, when I equip it, it appears on the underside of the crossbow.
It really feels like... Oh, it's under... I see. Look, 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 look. See, it's not there. Like, I just want to see the difference myself because I wasn't paying attention like that. Okay, cool.
These attachments are just like skill gems, so you
Yeah.
effectively get extra skill slots. And you can augment these with support gems, just like regular
Wow.
skills.
I feel like this game, like every single time that I see an update about Path of Exile 2, I feel like it's going to be like a lot different than PoE 1. Like, I don't think it's going to be the same type of game. And like, that's a good thing.
These grenades take a while to explode, so it's a good idea to pair them with some kind of crowd control.
Oh,
like
you can see it. Maybe it's F. It's like you got to recharge on it. Wow. Damn, that was cool.
We have
Holy
other
shit.
grenades too, though. This attachment is a flash grenade.
Does it like
So
blind
barely
them?
any damage, but it does a huge amount of stun. It can be a great opener before you run into combat.
Oh, wow. I bet you can use that for bosses to like increase their stagger too. Okay.
Now, here's another attachment, an oil grenade. Firing one of these grenades coats the ground and nearby enemies in oil. Oil slows enemies down, so it's another useful crowd control mechanic.
Can you shoot with fire and it does more damage? Okay.
Now, another thing that oil can do is be set on fire. Any burning enemy...
How is it that like this game can have so much of these interactions and it's like an alpha? Like what the fuck is, what are they doing with Diablo 4? Like how is this possible?
An explosion will ignite the oil.
This is
causing extra
crazy.
burning damage.
Here's about Diablo 4. Yeah, really, like...
One of the problems with burst shot crossbows is that each pellet doesn't do much damage individually.
Right.
This means that if enemies have armor, then it will be very effective preventing that damage.
Sure.
But thankfully, you can equip an additional crossbow in your second weapon set to deal with the weaknesses of your primary weapon.
Oh, wow.
This is a rapid shot crossbow. Rapid shot is great for closing on enemies because you can shoot while running. In Path of Exile 2, we now have the ability to allow you to use some skills while moving. Being able to create skills like this opens up a lot of new design space and allows us to really increase...
Like, look at that animation. Look how good this animation is. I'm gonna move this up so you guys can see it.
Being able to create skills like this.
Like watch. We're gonna go slow motion. He rolls and then that is so fucking perfect. Why can't everybody just do it like this? I don't get it. Yeah, just do it like this. Just do this.
Hello?
Oh, it's muted. I'm dumb. Forgot about that.
Yes.
New design space and allows us to really increase the pace of combat.
Šta, hoće li da?
The armor-piercing version of rapid shot slowly erodes a monster's armor.
Battlefield 5. Ja treba da stavim da se skida Battlefield 5 i da odem, da dođem uveče, znaš.
Oh, I can see. So it's like that. I think it's like this bar here is like their armor.
Mogu da igram,
like on
ali
the
tek
top of
uveče.
the health.
Nije problem. Nemoj, u redu. Prije ću igrat Battlefield 5 nego Warzone. Nemoj da mi donosiš hard disk, internet, kako to, u redu je sve, druže moj dobri. Kad izađem iz ovoga meča, stavit će se skida i eto, to ti je to.
How? Like, I don't understand how this is possible. Like, I feel like there's gotta be like fake or something, right? It's gotta be fake. It's fake. It's gotta be, bro, it's fake. Yeah. It's gotta be something. Do you think these guys play the game? I think that might be... Yeah, I think they might actually play the game.
Što nemam ja takav internet, pa da ću da igram Battlefield hoću.
That could be it.
Počnete da igrate, skinut ću ga, nije problem. Yes. Da. Dobro, i šta ću sad s tim? Šta će meni prenosivi hard disk? 3, normalni. 128 GB USB drive. 5 evra 10. Šta će ti M2 disk prenosivi? Ne želim, u redu. Donijet će ti flašku pa. Možda skineš fajlove od igre. Vidite, stavit ću se igra skida kad izađem iz ovoga meča i prijatno. Nešto ustaneš s kreveta. Yes. Da, halo? Yeah. Shooting, buddy.
Sentry gun deployed.
Yeah, sure. što tebe briga moj ugovor. Kad mi bude isticao ugovor, vrat će me oni da produže. Neću ja njih zvat, verujem. Njima interesu da im ja ostanem u šteri. Naravno da hoću, pošto nemaju kabelski internet, naravno da hoću, tako. Mislim da imaju opciju da kupim kabelski internet preko njih, verovatno bih ostao. Sad, da li razlika u 2 MB ili 20, nema veze. A zašto pričamo o takvim stvarima? Taj ugovor neće teći još neko vreme. Nemam ja želudac ko ti da ja njih vučem za nose, ne valjaje, ne radi. Ja sam streamer, meni treba brzina, ne mogu da postignem da čovjek dođe da mi njaka internet. Nemam ja živac. Baš moraš da pričaš, hajde reci. Da. Aha. Je li da sad stavimo Radomira u Teslu, bi li znao da upali Teslu i da, da gas, rikverc, toga, šta misliš? Ne bi znao. Jer auto ima 4 točka menjač, napred, nazad, gas, kročnicu. Ne bi nije znao. Ja koji nemam vozačku, ja ne bi znao. Verovatno ne bi znao. Treba ti PhD za to. To mi pokazao. Jesi vozač bio 20-30 godina, pa da intuitivno znaš mašinu. A gdje je IQ 144, na, Cujnov? On sam sebe vozi, ne?
This should level the playing field.
Yes.
Kupiš auto, ti staviš tamo ko si kupio auto svoj palac, i on skenira otisak prsta na
Geometrijski podaci, znači, no. A šta ako ti neko kine prst motorom, testerom ili tako nešto? Da moraš drugi prst napraviti.
jedino ako je cuja sa ključem kao suvozač u njegov auto.
Znači, novi auto se vozi drugačije od starog, no? Yes. Da. A što ja moram da znam ovaj podatak, kao neko ko ne vozi, ko nema auto. Zato što ja vozim auto i auto će mi se zaključati, ne? Ne treba mi te informacije, druže. Ja sam točno siguran ako imaš... Aha. Ti podcenjuješ ljude, to ti je zanimanje. Ja mislim da je ukapirao kako se menju kanali. Na joystick, ja? Kao voziš ga, kao joystick. Treba meni ovaj tutorial, druže. Želim da pričam o nečemu što nemam, ali možeš da pričaš, nije problem. Da posjećaš potrebu da deliš informacije. Nije zabranjeno. Reći svjestina. Ti rekao kum kako uzeo nalog za PlayStation? Šta, nije ti ispričao? Jel ti ispričao kako uzeo? Platio je momku pretplatu za godinu dana 8.000 dinara. A ta pretplata je malo jača od 8.000 dinara, nema veze. Jeste, 100 evra je. 100 evra, on je platio momku 8.000. Slušaj me sad. Slušaj me. To nije tvoj akaunt. To ti je akaunt koji ti iznajmljuješ da bi mogao da pristupiš, ali nije tvoj. Ti možeš da kupiš akaunt lično tvoj. Lično tvoj. I šta se desilo? Desilo se da je kum igrao nešto i da je bio logovan na taj akaunt. Čim se ulogova drugi tip, kuma je izbačivo i više nije mogao da povuče poziciju s tog akaunta i da nastavi progres. On je otvorio lokalni akaunt tipa Petar Ivanović lokal PlayStation 5, otvorio mu je to i na tom akauntu igra jeste snimljena, ali taj akaunt nema save. Ja sam igrao Bloodborne 4-5 sati kod kuma, u 2-3 puta, 2-3 navrata, sve ukupno. Ja gledam, nema nikakav save, ja restartujem PlayStation, ulogujem se opet u taj nalog, evo ga ima. Ima moj save, jer šta je ovo kum? A on kaže mali gad iz Novog Sada, sram ga bilo, kaže prodaje desetini nalog, kaže to je nalog za skidanje igara, nije za igranje igara. Znači taj momak je efektivno, taj momak je kupio akaunt i onda ga renta desetini, razumeš, samo za download. Renta ga je desetorici za 80 evra. Čiste pare. I onda on ubeđuje kuma, pa to je tvoj akaunt. Kumu kaže, kad ga nisam obećao, kaže nogama na punicu. Kaže, šta će ti kao, kaže moj kum, a što ja nisam, kaže, dao 100 evra ili koliko već da kupim svoj privatni akaunt i moje godinu dana, ne može niko živi da uđe. To je moj. Pa kaže ovaj momak, pa to je tvoj akaunt. Kaže kum, pa kako je moj akaunt kad može drugi da ga koristi i da me izbači kad god hoće. Ne može Gardi, ne može da koristi onaj Xbox akaunt. Ne znam šta imaš, ali... Evo. Pa kako ti treba kad plaćaš jeftinije. Znači nije toliko nego je malo skuplje, ali ljudi hoće da se cigane, da prođu jeftinije i onda kada stane problem, jebo mu pas mater. A gdje je garancija tome koji ga je kupio tebe? A ti si to Nenu prodao, no? Halo? Znači, došli smo do istine, ja? Yes. Nisam sebičan, ali ja ako nešto uzmem, nećemo ajde ti uzeti jedan hard disk, pa danas treba Milanu, ajde ga odnesemo kod Milane. Danas treba Snake, ajmo da ga odnesemo kod Snake. Nećemo deliti jedan hard disk. Zato što je jeftinije 5 eura.
Is all this cloak and dagger stuff necessary? I'm the one who called you, remember?
I'm not the one that needs convincing. Keep walking. Welcome to Operation Deadbolt. The boss would like a word with you.
The company hired me to continue my research on energy production from n-dimensional interactions. It was purely theoretical, right up until it wasn't. As for Zakayev, I had no idea I was working for a terrorist.
You're lying.
I thought he was the CEO. I'm a physicist, not a mind reader. And I wouldn't have had to work for him, or anyone, if you assholes hadn't shut me down. Zakayev is still out there with even more weapons-grade Ethereum, but I happen to know he keeps it on his person at all times. Why would I tell you that if I didn't want him stopped? Look, I know this element down to its protons. I'm fairly certain I can find a way to neutralize it.
Fairly certain won't cut it. Can you do it or not? Perhaps we should hear her out.
Please, I have to fix this. I may be the only person who can.
You better be right. Extraction's going great. Gonna make a killing selling this Ethereum.
When I've enriched enough to make more of these, you can do as you please with the rest.
And what about our runner?
She's played her part. Find her and kill her.
Setim da li mi je na EA nalogu ili na Steamu, ali to isto mu dođe. Še imam svoj privatni EA nalog.
grenade that you launch.
Whoa. Yeah, we missed there, but you know, it is what it is. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Now I've been using explosive grenades here. But it will work equally as well with flash or oil grenades too. If you use it with oil grenades, the oil will catch fire immediately.
Uh-huh. I have to really respect the fact that, like, the way they advertise their game is they just show the game. Like, that's it. It's like, all right, well, so this is where the game is. We're gonna show you gameplay of the game. Because, like, how many trailers, for example, are, like, running around, doing random dumb stuff, and then, like, the moment that the character's about to engage in combat, the screen changes. And it's like, oh, you thought... Oh, you thought... Nah, we don't do that here. Yeah. Just show the fucking gameplay.
Power shot.
What's this?
This one works just like a classic sniper rifle.
Okay.
Use it with armor-piercing ammo and penetrate armor on targets. So it's a good idea to use when something's really tough.
Okay.
Now this skill has another...
Looks like it sucks. But, I wonder if they're gonna end up using different types of resources. Like, than mana. I'll be curious to see how they're gonna use mana for something like, you know, like, for example, like in WoW, you have rage, mana, and energy. And you have focus later on with hunters. And, like, they're only using mana with this. So I'm gonna be curious to see, like, what happens with that.
Interesting interaction with armor break. If an enemy has its armor broken,
Holy power? Yeah, they have holy power too. It's like secondary resources too.
With a bunch of extra stun for
They made spirit? Yeah, how fast you regen your mana. This guy just got dicked.
Now, the incendiary version of Power Shot is more like a rocket launcher.
Okay.
It does a big explosive blast out of distance.
Oh wow.
Moving to my mark.
Yeah, let's just use that all the time. Yeah, just use that. That's... Yeah, just did that. What the fuck?
One of
Unique
the really
items might change how
features of
supports.
this
Yeah,
version is
true.
that you can explode any grenades that happen to be on the ground.
How is it that, like...
Dead one neutralized.
How do they do this? Like, I don't get that. I don't understand how this is possible. Like, is it magic? It could be magic.
Welcome
it's
to my
probably
channel.
magic. Yeah, true.
This combo also works really well with incendiary
It's gotta be
rapid
100%
shot.
magic.
I'm gonna charge up the heat on my crossbow, shoot out a bunch of grenades, and
Yeah.
start the fireworks with a power shot.
Right. Jesus, it's badass.
The ice version of Power Shot creates frost walls out of
This feels like an isometric remnant to me. Like, I kind of get that same vibe. I don't know, like, really if you guys think that too, but, like, that's kind of how I'm feeling, like, looking at it.
This is great for crowd controlling monsters and tight passages. The wall segments have other uses too.
Wait, hold up.
Walls at a distance. This is great for crowd controlling monsters and tight passages. The wall segments have other uses too. They get destroyed by monsters and they will explode with a small amount of damage.
Are you serious right now? Yeah, what the fuck? This is... Dude.
Now, remember that
how?
Combo with frozen enemies we did earlier? That works with ice walls too. Let's put burst shots on. Now I can fill up this area with ice walls, then shoot them with armor-piercing burst shots for a huge amount of damage.
I'm out depot here.
This is so good. Yeah, this is insane. This might be Game of the Year next year. No meme. I don't think it's gonna come out next year. I think it'll probably be 2026 when it comes out. Because they said the beta doesn't even come out until summer.
I've shown you so far.
Okay, all right. Here's the ball. Look at all these abilities that she can do. But, bro, and look at what they're doing. Look at the boss. The boss is literally a crazy, undead, fat zombie woman who pulls out an aborted baby fetus that runs after you, whose name is the Unwanted. This is fucking amazing. This is awesome. Like, what the fuck, man? Why isn't every game like this? This is some berserk shit, yes. I'm so mad. And then she calls in a bunch of other aborted, malevolent newborn. Hey, compare this to the Scourge of the Lands in Diablo 4. You know, the guy that goes... I just don't get it, man. How's this possible? So good. This is so fucking good, man. So what happens if you kill the aborted baby? So she even has like a voice line if you kill it? Oh my god. Like, look at the, this is in alpha. Bro, that shotgun just fucks her up. Dude, that was so fucking cool. Look at this. So he drops 3 grenades on her, swaps over, blows up all the grenades, and blows... Oh my god.
What is going on in this godforsaken city? And that's the Mercenary. It feels totally different than anything we've made before, and shows you the range of what's possible in Path of Exile 2.
Oh yeah, this game will probably be free to play. Yeah. Oh wow. I don't know what to say. Like, how is this, like, how is it that, how? What? How is this is just insane. It's so fucking good, man. This is so fucking good. They make video games. That's what's so crazy about it. Does it make you mad how bad Diablo 4 is compared to this? Yes! Yes! This is incredible!
It's time to face the boss. Let's see how we fare against her with all the skills I've shown you so far.
I don't get it, man. Oh, man. I can't even compare it. Yeah, it's like... Look, and she stabs the aborted baby fetus with her own fucking dagger! And she throws it on... Oh, my God. Bro, this is so good! How is this possible, man? How the fuck is this? This is so good, I don't even know what to say. Oh my God! The hitbox is normal. Yeah, it's a normal hitbox. Like, everything about it just works. Like, I gotta read some comments about this. In fact, you can WASD. I forgot all about that. I just forgot. Like, I didn't oh yeah, by the way, we're allowing you to completely control the game in a totally different way. Like, oh God. That boss fight went into the darkness in 11. This is so good. Just saw the big issue with the PoE range gameplay. Yes, with like the click, like move, click, move, click, move, click, move, click. Yes, exactly, man. The character and the boss commenting while engaging makes it more fun. Yes! And like PoE has this now, right? It's like, you know, whenever you fight that general guy in like Act 2, and it's like, I fight for God, Exile, who do you fight for? You know, and stuff like that. I know that. Yeah, they even had that in PoE 1. Now show a Diablo 4 boss fight. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Oh. 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 Why would he do that? Why would he do that? There's not even over there. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? On the other side. This is on the other side. I don't even know what the fuck. Let me link you guys a video. Somehow I'm not subbed to the PoE channel. What the fuck? Why am I not subbed? Here, there's a video. I mean, I just want to go lay down, guys. I want to go lay down. I need some time alone. I gotta rest, man.
Got the stash here.
today something a little bit different because this is a response video.
Diablo 4 director responded to my video.
A response video to Blizzard Entertainment because yes, the lads from the Diablo team sort of responded to a story that I suppose we essentially were the genesis of. This is a fairly interesting situation. Now, to give you a quick catch-up on this, right? A survey went out to some players, and this survey contained just a whole bunch of information of, you know, what would you prefer in various different editions of a new Diablo expansion.
Yes. Basically, Blizzard went and they put out a post showing a bunch of different stuff, like would you be okay with them adding in like extra storage space or you know, legendary effects that are available early for people that pay money or pre-order. Like this is in Diablo 4. This is a survey that went out. The survey actually went out with these questions.
It's the kind of market research that companies like this do absolutely all the time. And a few of the things in the survey, to our minds, well, they were rather concerning. They absolutely represented the sort of thing that Diablo 4 players would not want. And as I said in the video, things that we think Diablo 4 developers would absolutely not want.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out this story rather exploded. So we covered it. Then it got what I call citation circles, where one of the big news websites covers your video, and then another place cites them covering it.
And then so it just becomes official news that everybody acknowledges is real because one person made it up. Yeah, he's totally right.
And then it just spreads across everywhere. So now if you type in Diablo survey into Google News, we've got Metro UK, Game Rant, The Gamer, PC Games N, Kotaku, Dexerto, VG247, and many others. Interestingly, though, they all far more went with the headline, considers £100 Diablo 4 expansion. Survey allegedly surveyed.
I guarantee you, by the way, that for the Diablo 4 expansion, there will be a version of the expansion that's worth $100. It might be 90, but if it's less than 90, I will be amazed.
About a $100 expansion, so rather than go with the angle of the stash space, it does seem that the various fan sites thought that the $100, £100 headline would be the bigger ticket thing to get those clicks. Of course, not to be outdone, the editing team behind Asmongold TV certainly did do what they do, which is...
We really do what we do, don't we? Oh, we really do what we do. Damn, true. Blizzard is milking Diablo 4.
At release, the Asmongold reaction video to our video entitled Blizzard is milking Diablo 4. Now, something supposed to be aware of here. You know, this is not about an action that Blizzard have taken. This is about the contents of this.
It's about an action that they might be taking, though, right? And look, dude, look at the fucking thumbnail. Give dollar with the IV, with like the fucking Diablo 4. Like, this is so fucking good. It's literally a perfect thumbnail.
Survey. So, you know, milking D4, are they?
Absolutely.
Will they? You know, at least
well, we're milking them milking
D4.
D4.
Doesn't seem that that's a thing that's going to be happening.
Yep.
Right now, so we'll get to that. So the combo of that title, that thumbnail, and the eminently clickable face of one Mr. Sakrar, that did all, of course, lead to this getting 535,000 views. Basically within like a day and a half, 2 days. I imagine it will go pretty damn far.
Oh, yeah.
Then, of course, Diablo 4 developers actually have a live stream planned for the 30th of November. This is the live stream, and today it's time to talk about their response to us, as well as the other things that are going on with Diablo 4 in this video that is powered by our members at boundler.ghost.io. There, they've been getting early access to our content, and they've also been getting Loading Screen, which
Welcome
is
to my channel
that we publish every single weekday, where basically you will know everything that's going on about the news. Also, we're all hanging out over on our Members Lounge Discord server, which is all very fun, and it is the best way to support the work that we do here. So,
I really think that, like, whenever you step back and you think about it, Bellier has done such a great job, like, moving from doing only World of Warcraft content to doing gaming news in general. It's like such a transition that so many people fail at, and I think that, like, not only has he done it, but he's actually grown a lot after doing it. For news, it's insanely good. Yeah, it's actually really fucking impressive. Because Bellier and I, like, we both used to only do WoW content. Like, that used to be it.
You can join up there if you want to support the mission. With that said, let's talk about what happens. So, does Diablo 4 plan to add pay for power? Basically, no. No is the developer response. They recapped the implemented and currently planned changes they have for stash space in the game, and they said no, we've been very clear about this, and it continues to be true. And this is 100% the case, because in our original clear about this, and it continues to be
the original video.
True.
Their global PR director stated no pay for power. Yeah, but like, then why'd you put it in the survey? You wouldn't put in the survey, would you like to pay $5 to instantly kill a boss? Right? You wouldn't put in the survey buying a level boost to 100, right? So what I'm saying is that the fact that there are so many questions, and a person in chat, whenever I originally talked about this, brought up a good point, and I want to address that first before I say what I'm going to say, is they said that on certain surveys, there are kind of like disqualification questions that if you answer a certain question a certain way, they disqualify the entire response because it's a bullshit response. However, I don't think that's the case with this because there are so many different questions that are on the same spectrum. And what my concern is that there is a spectrum of very likely and very unlikely things that can occur in Diablo 4, right? And at a certain point into the very unlikely category, Blizzard would logically never ask the question of, like, for example, do you want your guns from Call of Duty put in Diablo 4 and you can just shoot all the enemies with your M16? They would never put that question in a survey, right? So that means, logically, that adding stash space and making other types of, like, essences, or not essences, legendary aspects, pay only or pay to get early is more reasonable than that is. All I'm saying is that there is a spectrum, and things that get on a survey are on that spectrum. Do you see my logic here? Comparative probability, yes, that's my point. Now, I don't think it's time to light our hair on fire and be like, oh my god, it's going pay to win, it's gonna be pay to win, I can't believe they said they weren't gonna do it, but now they're doing it. No, but it is a cause for...
And this is 100% the case because in our original video we pointed out how their global public relations director stated no pay for power in the game.
Think you're right.
And we were essentially just trying to say, listen, we're not saying the developers want to do this, but it is in a market research survey. Therefore, we should make our voices heard. This is not the sort of thing that we will really sort of tolerate.
He's totally right.
Going on in the game. Totally so ultimately, what we have here is no plans for paid for power, no plans for stash space being paid for, and this is excellent because what we have is a full denial from the Diablo 4 development team, and that means that if any suit wants to, change this and perhaps go with some of the more dastardly seeming things from that survey, well, they're going to basically step on a very large landmine. Just that I suppose unlike a landmine, the whole point here is it's not secret. It will be very clear that this will be a betrayal not only of their global PR director, not only of various things they've said, but also the very direct words of some of their more senior developers in this video. So,
yeah, I think that's a good point. Bellier does bring up a good point, and them directly refuting it on camera, being like, this is the thing that you've heard about, we're not doing it. That I think that does count for a lot. It's a huge thing.
Overall, what this represents is basically a big old community win, and while they may be frustrated that our video, I suppose, led to this story, in a way, I do think this is good for the developers because it gives them a solid opportunity to directly say no to the rumor mill. Obviously, in the response, they were not able to say anything about where this story came from. Talked about the market survey, and then perhaps put that survey into context, which is what we did in our video. They can basically just say that they have no plans. Now, could this sort of thing change? Yeah, look, it could. There are many instances of people saying no cash shop, no this, no that, and a few years passes and that sort of thing happens. But at the very least, this is a good win for us.
Like a good example is the Terrasland developers. So Do I still have the picture? Yes. Okay, so basically they said the game wasn't pay to win. And what they mean by it not being pay to win is that you can't pay real money to buy an item in the game, because that would be pay to win. But what you do is you pay real money to buy gold, and then you buy the weapon with the gold, which is not pay to win. That's a fair and balanced monetization system. I should save this one, honestly. This one's getting saved. D4 in 6 months. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, this is a masterpiece. This needs to be an NFT, guys.
Now you might be thinking, is this just some dead drama? Why did you guys bring it up? What's going on? Basically, do I trust the actual developers themselves? Like, you know, as people? Yes, I do. Do I trust...
I also trust that they don't make the final decision.
Some arms of management at that company? The answer there is no, I do not. I do not trust these companies to manage their developers. Another story going on is the insane Destiny 2 starter pack. It's such a bad value that it's basically scamming new players. Sort of entirely predicated on them not having game knowledge and not being able to place the contents of that starter pack in the correct context. Of course, that's been reverted. That's just a really good example of every dev on that Bungie probably thinks that this is a terrible idea and it never should have happened, but they were betrayed by their leadership. So I do not trust the leadership, not the developers. And you may say, well, some of the people in this...
I also, I don't completely, I very much don't trust the competence of developers. I just don't. Like, if you want to go back to the problem that they had with the bosses. These are also the developers that made the Blood Bishop. Need I say more? So, no, I'm not going to just go and be like, oh, okay, well, haha, I guess they're going to be right about it. I'll also say, contextualizing all this, I am very positive about Diablo 4 comparatively to how I was at launch. But the game has a lot farther to go. And Uber Lilith is one of the worst examples of pinnacle boss. Yeah, it's terrible. Like, do you think that they even understand that problem? And I think the answer probably is no. They probably don't understand that problem.
This video are leaders, I would say, yes, totally, but perhaps when it comes to the money, they won't be calling every single shot. And indeed, this sort of thing, you know, these market surveys can be relevant. A really good example here is the changes in the monetization of World of Warcraft Classic that came in with TBC Classic, which of course were they were kind of signposted by some surveys that leaked, and that does mean that it is relevant, it is right to talk about it, and it is a newsworthy story.
Yep, you were
but
able
now
to
that
buy
we
a
are
boost.
here with Diablo 4, I will recap some of the other things that have went on. So, what's basically happening is on December 12th, they've got a new event coming in called Midwinter Blight, where a storm has descended in the fractured
Purple
peaks,
Helltides.
a new threat has emerged, we meet this kind of cool-looking bard character, and we
I wonder how the developers feel about every single time they add a colored area. Nobody even knows what it's actually called. They just call it whatever color it is, Helltide. Like, they should just be like, yeah, so now we have green, blue Helltides, and, it's like water elementals. Yeah, we were gonna come up with a name, but we know you guys don't care about the name, so it's called Blue Helltides. It happens every hour.
The Red Cloak Terror, who certainly does not look like a man popularized by the Coca-Cola company. But there you go. Yes, the Red Cloak horror boss honestly does look pretty cool. The way this works is you kill mobs in and around that area. In fact, you'll get some trophies. You can take those back and you can turn those into cosmetics. So all seems fairly reasonable. And also there's a 10% XP elixir that works everywhere that can come from this event as well. Lots of it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways you can play. Somebody says poor leadership can affect every facet of a product. If you don't have an environment that supports experimentation and creativity, you get milquetoast results. Because what dev would want to take risks if it will reflect poorly on their performance is measured? I think you bring up a very good point, and that could definitely be true. And you're right that a lot of the bad decisions that happen in the game are probably a result of cultural and systematic problems as well. But I'm not going to hand wave every single bad decision that's been made in this game as, oh, it's all the corporate's fault. Corporate didn't tell them that they had to make the colors of the fireballs on Uber Lilith the same color as the ground. Like, they didn't tell them they had to do that. Like, at a certain point, there has to be, somebody fucks up. It's just a bad decision. I think that you're right, but that does not excuse this stuff. If there was a designer problem, well, then I hope they never make another fight again. I don't care about what the name of the person is. All I'm saying is that I do think that it's a genuine problem with the people that are making the game, that they don't understand the game. And I think that is a legitimate issue. It is a real thing. And it's not as simple as just the leadership, because the leadership are also probably fucking incompetent. I don't think it's like, it's not like, oh, the leadership are great and these guys are dumb. No, I think they're both stupid. That's my belief.
XP, which, by the way, Season 2 has a hell of a lot more XP floating around than Season 1 did, and they've also done a bunch of, like, XP events on top of that. It's been kind of crazy. There's also the Abattoir of Zir. This is kind of interesting. This is them basically doing seasonal, like, endgame content, right? This will unlock, I believe, on the 5th of December, after you finish the journey. This new dungeon that basically is harder than a Tier 100 dungeon. It's got 25 tiers of difficulty, but the jumps between each tier will be higher than in those Nightmare dungeons, and it basically exists to let players use all of that power that they have amassed.
Sure.
And yeah, that's basically what's going on. It is something there for the end game. It is temporary, only in this season. They've said that one of the reasons why it's kind of done like that, it lets them vary things up, but also this is basically them testing what they'll be doing for seasonal endgame content.
Yeah.
So I would assume they do not want to be held to the first version of some sort of thing that they've got to keep on going forever.
It's smart for them to effectively have a beta for leaderboards.
Overall, then,
That's
seems
smart.
pretty decent. There is a special whip that comes from it that gives you a power bonus, and it also drops.
Wow, bro, like that. Oh fuck. Yo, I remember that one thing that we got in Diablo 3. As soon as we got that, like you just scale that shit infinitely. It was like the longer you fight a boss, the more damage it does, or something.
Hell of a lot of XP for your
Yeah.
glyphs. Now, the new glyph will be really expensive to unlock in terms of XP, which is why this event drops so much XP. But the sort of side part of that is that if you are able to do the Avatar of Zero, you'll get loads of XP, so you can level up.
That's good.
And there are no respawns, so yeah, definitely there to be a bit harder. As for some other things, they have massive loot updates coming to the game. This I did think was quite interesting, as evidenced by their change into these Damage on Tuesdays shirt.
I think it's a great idea for them to monetize their fuck up. You know, we had what sword as a shirt, and now we have damage on Tuesdays. They're like, yeah, we fucked up, we know it, everybody knows it. Yeah, it's funny.
The idea that you maybe will get an affix in your gear that says, on Tuesdays, you do plus 30% damage, which totally makes me wonder if anybody has seen the Fizzbin scene from Star Trek, the original series, where certainly the rules of the game Fizzbin are pretty spicy. But okay, what are these changes? Well, they haven't announced them yet, but they do seem to be rather massive. Basically, there are many different affixes in the game. People obviously will want specific things, and too many, it's frustrating. You maybe have to go through 100 gloves or 200 gloves before you get the gloves that you want. So what they basically want is more ways to like customize, modify. I know there's like some rerolling in the game, but they basically want to change that big time so that getting a cool item is more like a journey. That's how they put it. The idea to get.
I think that this is going to be a real struggle for Diablo 4, and I don't know how you can solve the problem that they have. Because they can't really add in Path of Exile's development system. Like a crafting system. They can't really do that. It's too complicated. So how do you fix this problem of like giving gear that players can work towards over time to make really good, and not have 100 trash affixes to increase the pool so it takes longer artificially, and also have a crafting system that's simultaneously intuitive for new and casual players, but also fulfilling for hardcore players? I think they have a huge fucking problem ahead of themselves, because they're trying to make two groups of people happy that want the exact opposite thing. Last Epoch, maybe Last Epoch has the solution, because like I don't know what the solution is. I don't know, but I think it's a good problem.
Get a cool item and you're excited that you'll be able to modify it and tweak it to your own ends, which seems fairly good. They then talked about how Season 2 changed many of the stats in the game. And the reason why they did it like that is because if you change one stat, well, it'll have knock-on effects on every other stat.
Sure,
so if you're going to do changes, you kind of just have to do them all at once. And the same thing is happening with loot. This is targeted for Season 4, which will happen in 2024, and apparently they have a select group of Diablo content creators that they've been sort of consulting on with this one to get more feedback and to help them.
I really hope that they don't make the mistake that World of Warcraft made, where they're only asking people like Wadijo and Rax on like their advice on this. I really hope they're able to contextualize the feedback that they get from content creators as this is information we're getting from like hyper super serious omega like mega wizards. Like what happened with WoW is that WoW just got harder and harder and harder over the years because they kept listening to the top 1% of players. And then at a certain point, new players couldn't really get into the game very easily because you needed so much extra information.
To iterate, which to me overall does sound pretty cool. And as an example on the whole topic of a loot filter, they actually said that like they think a loot filter is important. It's not going to happen in Season 3 because any loot filter that they do now will basically not function with the gear overhaul.
Yeah,
so
well,
basically
he's
seems like they're going to overhaul gear, which is pretty cool.
They need to. Thank God. Thank fucking God. Dude, gear was so good in Diablo 3, and I thought it was bad. But compared to Diablo 4, it was amazing. Here.
As for some
Let me show you guys, like, this is what the pinnacle is. Here it is. This is the pinnacle of crafting. Now, this obviously should not be what Diablo 4 turns into. However, in order for me to explain how this guy got to this item would take longer than watching the rest of this entire video. Best minion helmet ever made. This is a ridiculous fucking item. This is nuts. That is amazing. Yes, what the fuck? Dude, it's just, dude, look at the fucking, the implicit, man. That's what's so fucking insane, man. 7,300 divines. Well, the thing is that 7,000 divines for something like this is cheap.
Other things in Season 3, Helltides.
And Diablo 4 should not have that. By the way, Diablo 4 should not have that. But what I'm saying is that, like, for a serious player, like, for somebody who plays the game all the time, this is what they want. It needs to be in between.
It's down for 5 and then up for 55 again, so clearly people just don't like having to wait around in the timers. Good. They also said that item level 975 usually start being great, being Durio and world bosses, so they want more sources of that. And that basically is what's going on in Diablo 4. Expansion 1 to Expansion 2 is 18 months. Will it be 18 months after that? I'm not exactly sure, but certainly...
You know, I think, you know what Zizrain should do? He should do like a video series. Somebody should tell him this. He should do a video series where he takes some of the best items in the game and he explains how they were made. I actually think that would be like such a massive free farm, super popular series for for PoE players, and I think that people would even watch that weren't even PoE players, just for like the level of complexity that people would be excited about. Why is Israel? He's probably like one of the most popular YouTube content creators for PoE, and I think something like this would work really well for a PoE content creator, and also I know him. So yeah, like a breakdown of like how an item like this becomes exists, right? Yeah. And there's another guy that does like crafting videos for it too. Quinn should make the video. Yeah, there you go.
I imagine they want a decently Call of Duty-like business model here where you just constantly have seasons with premium releases and doing. For the business model of this game, from what we understand, I don't know if they're the largest, but at one point they were. Basically, the D4 team is absolutely goddamn humongous. As an example, from the World of Warcraft team, they have got 2 expansion teams. So they're currently working on the War Within. They're also working on Midnight, and then they have a live team. And that's across about 600 developers.
And then there's the classic team, which is 3 people.
So yeah, these teams at Blizzard are
and the Wrath team, which is automated.
Ginormous, which certainly does explain the kind of goofy amount of content that WoW's been getting recently. So overall then, my thoughts are pretty simple. Diablo 4 has improved massively from Season 1 to Season 2. That's pretty much an undeniable thing. It's just going to be a case of like, can they keep the improvement going? Will, I suppose, they have a healthy sort of state of affairs between them and Path of Exile? where there's just I mean, in general, there's so much ARPG content coming out these days. Like, this is, I mean, hell, even, there's cool things going on with Grim Dawn, as an example. So yeah, there's a hell of a lot going on in the space. It's getting very, very competitive. But frankly, Season 1 to Season 2, really good trajectory of improvement.
It's definitely true. Like, Season 2 for Diablo 4, I actually think is unironically an 8 or a 9 for casual landies. I think it's a great game. Like, I would actually recommend it. I would be like, yeah, if you like ARPGs, you like this stuff, I think it's a great game. Now, for me personally, I played it for maybe a week and a half, and then I was pretty much done. And that's okay, because my week and a half is somebody else's 2 months.
Seem like now that they're basically targeting a full, like, loot overhaul for Season 4, it does seem like they're actually kind of getting there with their content cadence. Yeah. It does seem they're actually listening to players. So, yeah, overall...
Well, that's why I think that people were so annoyed by what they were doing about, like, oh, now you're going to add pay to win. Like, I thought the game was just, now we're finally improving the game, and you're going to fuck it up again. I think he's
reasonable. Right. It's just, can you trust the suits not cut the whole thing up and to throw their teams under the bus? Exactly. That's basically the situation. To which I would basically say, don't do a Destiny. And my god, the difference between D4 and WoW and Destiny 2 is insane. And I know, you know, price anchoring with Blizzard products, we are way more used to a very old school a la carte experience. You buy a game, that's it. Obviously, it ain't like that anymore. With D4, it is going to be you buy the game, you buy the expansions, and if you want cosmetics, you will buy either cosmetics in the store or you'll buy the season passes. But over in Destiny 2,
I don't really care a lot about having to buy expansions. I don't think it's a big deal. And as long as there are cosmetics in the game that are worthwhile, worth working towards, then I don't really give a shit that much. I think one of the problems that Diablo 4 has right now is that most of their cosmetics don't look that good. They just don't. Because you're rich? No. I mean, if you can't afford a $40, $50 expansion once a year, you need to stop playing video games and get your life together. Like, that's just the truth, man. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, if this is something you're investing a large amount of your time into, and you can't afford a $50 expansion, you need to rethink your life. If you're in South America, one of those shit countries, right, where it's like your currency sucks, like Argentina, something like that, and you can't buy anything, then it's a different thing. But I'm talking about like in a Western country.
They have so much more monetized, and all the different ways that they basically try to chance their arm to get some sort of new form of monetization. Basically, as far as I can tell, Bungie are essentially the gold standard in how to fumble the ball and how to not do a lot of these things.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on with this game. Like, it's so weird.
So, don't do that. Keep on making good changes. Like, say what you want about Blizzard, you know, the corporate entity. Say what you want about some of the money-making decisions, or even some of the design decisions that led us into the launch slate of Diablo 4. But in terms of actually responding to things, I do think they're basically doing a good job.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, who I'm going to listen to in this are action RPG players.
And I think it is, however, it is very unsettling that they even had this as a question. And I do think that Diablo 4 does have fundamental problems, like with the boss design and stuff like that. But he's right that they have been improving. It's definitely true.
And just about everything I've heard from Season 2 has been positive. And certainly at Blizzard, talking to a lot of people in the fan sites, the overriding opinion was, if only it launched with Season 2, not with Season 1, we would be in an entirely different conversation, which to me basically says, if D4 had maybe 6 months more playtesting, 3 months more playtesting, something like that, and they were able to see some of these roadblocks ahead of time, it would have been a different situation. So I actually do think the D4 is actually a game that could have used quite badly a polish-based play. That being said, it could always be that they had some design hypothesis about how the open world Diablo would play.
I think that what happened is Season 1 was massively unsuccessful and people dropped off in a huge way. And that's why they put the game on sale and everything. And they did all these like, different ways to get people back into the game. I think that it was a massive failure. And that's the
Ja
only
bih
reason why they're
ručao
going
kod
back on
kuće,
it. So I don't think a
nisam
longer
svoj
testing
život
period would
napravio
solve
kod
the
toga da idem
problem
kod drugih ljudi
because the
da
developers
se
thought that
grebem
that
za
wasn't a
obrok.
problem until they started losing money.
Jeste, ja sam život
Because
stavio na
that's
kod.
exactly what happened with World of Warcraft.
Nisam ga planirao da
They
idem
only
kod
want
drugih ljudi da se
back
ogrebem,
design
znači
decisions
kad
and
ručam
they
doći ću. Može li tako? To je najbolje što mogu dobiti sve.
play out in reality, and maybe the only way to fully
Ne želim da se
sort of
grebem.
get that was to have real players playing in characters in Anyhow, that's it.
Ne znam, kad ručam, znači što, otvori moj stream i pogledaj sve na vreme, kad vidiš da si se odmakao od kompjutera, otišao da ručam, znači, završio sam s tim.
Anyway, that's it for me. Of course, if you want to support the show, get early access to content, get Loading Screen, which is the newsletter that you check out, dealer.co.io, and of course you can hang out with me over in the members line, the Discord server, which is available to channel members.
Ne, nego imam doma ručak koji je spremljen, razumiješ. Mogu ja da probam, ono, tuđe, tuđe majstorio, ali ja, hvala.
And repackaging it as something that is not paying for power. I understand that yes, obviously they say they're not going to do it, but keep in mind that Wyatt Chang, who works on the Diablo team on Diablo Immortal, tried to assure people that you couldn't buy power in Diablo 4, or sorry, Diablo Immortal, because you were not able to.
Ma jak nisi težak, prosti. Anderes, epa, ajde. Ajde, preteški tip. Vidimo se kad ručam, hvala. Ćao. The fuck is exit? There it is.
Touching down in the EZ. Oh man, didn't think I'd ever be glad to be in the chair.
Everyone at base is safe. Strike team, you're the ones in real danger here.
Great. Power is out. I can basically turn off my PC. Yes. Okay. Guess I have to go shut down. Set. I'll see you in a bit when the power is back. And that's now. I guess that's now. Jesus Christ with the power outages. Jesus Christ.